Business rule. 1977. ಸಿಕ್ತ ಸರ್ ತರ್ತಾರ ಓಕೆ.
ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರ್
ಓಕೆ.
ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಐಎನ್ ಬಂದ
ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ
Office
ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್
ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಐಎನ್ ಸರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಾಕ್ಷನ್.
ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ನಿಂಚ
ಬೇರೆ
ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ದೇ
ನಮ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್
11
ಇದು ಇವು ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
8 ಬೇರೆ ಸರ್ ನಂದು ಬೇರೆ
ನಿಮ್ದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ದು
ಬೇರೆ ಸರ್.
ನಮ್ದೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಬೈಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಶುರು. ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
Between you as individuals, not as one.
only hurdle is it would have been done with academic justice. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ actually legally morally they are
Absolutely. Even he did not rule for so long.
8 years 9 years.
Bangalore and surrounding.
Objections are ready. ಒಂದು ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಟ್ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್
Modern state ಹೇಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ
ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್
wanted to explain that matter was very serious.
ಎಸ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಒಟ್ಟು
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಏನ್ ಸಮಾಚಾರ? ಸೂರಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೂರಜ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಅದು ಡಬಲ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸರ್.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಯಾವ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದಾನು ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರ.
ಏರಿಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ನೀವೇ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್.
He is in charge of senior also always.
Always, ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ all old colleagues also.
Generally late. Yeah. 10:45. By the time mentioning everything gets over.
Only 5 minutes late. Today is slightly. Tomorrow, DJ and then DJ.
My lord,
Yes, brother.
if my lord kind permission, my lord, matter pertaining to Article 371J.
370J. 71J.
What are hearing the matter?
ಹೌದು.
That matter, my lord said, did it for Tuesday based on.
ಏನಂತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಬಿಡಿ.
My lord said directed for listing it on Tuesday at the request of Mr. Madhusudan Naik.
ಹೌದು.
However, he has some difficulty. Could it be on Wednesday, my lords, instead of my informed?
ಹಾಕೋಬೋದಾ? ಆ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಭಾಳ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವನ? ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Wednesday. Great.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕಾಯ್ಕೋತ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ನಾಳೆ.
My lords, Karnataka land grabbing tribunal has taken cognizance despite there being a report that there's no
ನಾಳೆ
encroachment.
ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Tomorrow
ನಾಳೆ
night.
Lordship, this is an RFA matter.
Same set of matter.
ಸೇಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
LGC matter.
ಹೇಳು.
But Administrative Tribunal has passed the order remitting the matter for the stage from the complaint, my lord. That way he is a retired employee, my lord. So now the Lokayukt is precipitating the matter, my lord. Finally tomorrow, my lord. Urgency is there.
ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು
Assumption.
ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಏನು?
The Administrative Tribunal has remitted the matter. They passed the order and remitted the matter for back from the.
ರಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ಹಾ.
ಬರೀ ಮತ್ತ ಏನು ಅವಸರ ಇದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್.
My lord,
Ah.
they have remitted and he is a retired employee, my lord.
Ah.
He remitted the matter from the stage of the complaint for consideration from the stage of the complaint, my lord. And now the Lokayukt is precipitating the matter of that order, my lord, passed by the KSAT.
ರಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನಲ್ಲೇ ರಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದ?
With your lordship.
Next.
Lordship, this is an RFA matter of the year 2014.
2014.
Yes, your lordship, it was admitted, but however, the stay was not granted. But now the opponents are trying to dispossess us and trying to change the nature of the property, your lordship.
ನೋಡ
Anytime this week,
ನೋಡ
With your lordship's
Nothing
kindness.
less.
My lord, this is the matter pertains to sub-registrar, transfer of sub-registrar, my lord. Other matters are listed today along with that.
ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ತರಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
Collateral proceedings, collateral proceedings which are pending before trial.
ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್
Sub-registrar.
ತೊಳಿ ತರಿಸಿ.
Great.
One fresh
ತರಿಸಿ,
matter,
ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ.
Yes.
one fresh matter for 230, my lords.
ಏನು ಜಡ್ಜ್?
But my claim has been terminated and my right to contest counter claim has also been terminated despite me paying fee of the arbitrator. And sittings are going on without informing me, my lords. Any moment award will be passed, my lords.
ಯಾರು ಆರ್ಬಿಟ್ರೇಟರ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರು?
It's happening, my lords. It's the,
ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು
it's 2:30 minutes, a grave urgency, my lords. Any moment award will be
ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
passed.
ಹಾ
Lords, the son has filed a composite suit against the mother and the sister.
ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಹೇಳಿ.
My lords, the issue is that he is precipitating, he has come down from US and he is trying to dispossess the mother and the daughter from the property in which they were staying. It's a very bitter battle which has been going on for years. The son stays, the plaintiff.
ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೋಡ
Great.
ಅವ್ರು ಅಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ರ ಇದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
Now, caveat ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇದಾರಾ? ಓಕೆ.
My lordship,
ಎಸ್
I was asked to seek permission from the committee, 14% committee, and immediately file a memo
Ah.
because there is an urgency in this matter. And I have appeared before the committee and I have been given the permission and I am filing this memo. for
ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಸ್
posting.
ಗ್ರಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಯು.
It is granted.
ತರಿಸಿ. ಏನು ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ? ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಸರ್?
Urgency, the matter is before the consumer court and it is posted for order. And
Orders.
that has been stopped because of such this petition.
ದಿಸ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್.
Yeah, this petition is
Then
pending.
immediately after vacation we will have that. Sorry.
Tomorrow,
Very difficult, sir. We have many matters because fast vacation is coming now. Therefore, very urgent matters we are taking. It's not, it's a pending matter.
Yeah.
There is interim order now.
yeah.
There is interim order. So we'll take it immediately after vacation. Sorry, immediately after vacation. Okay. Yes. None appears. Call immediately after vacation. None appears for appellant. Okay. 2. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಇದಾರನು? Memo for retirement accepted, permitted to
I
retire.
appear for the respondent 2 and 4.
I appeal for the appellant, my lord.
ಯಾವ್ದು ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಅಲ್ಲ?
2.
ಟೂದಲ್ಲಿ.
I appeal for the respondent number 1, my lord.
ಹಾ.
I have filed 2 applications, my lord. please.
ಹಾ.
IA number 1 of 24 and IA number 2 of 24.
ಹಾ.
My lord, 1 of 24 is concerned praying this honorable court
TI.
for vacate the interim order. Because of the reason suit is for the relief of partition and separate position, my lord.
ಹಾ.
So in view of the stay of the judgment decree passed by this honorable court, I could not even to proceed formal proceedings of final decree.
2016.
I understood, my lord.
ಹಂಗಾಗಿ immediately after vacation
Please, and then, my lord, they are putting up illegal construction in,
ಅದು that will be subject to outcome.
that may be,
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
reference may be.
Counsel for the
Sir, reference. And
respondent.
they shall not claim any equities. my
All
lord. They
Counsel
shall
for-
not claim equities.
You have said that. ಯಾವ respondent ಗೆ ನೀವು?
For respondent number 1, my lord.
Learned counsel appearing for first respondent submits that when the matter is very much pending here at large, the appellant side is trying to put up structure in the suit land.
Item number 3 of A schedule.
More particularly, the one described in item number
Item
3.
number 3 of
Item
A
number
schedule.
3 of A schedule. A schedule. First, it hardly needs to be stated that any such construction will be subject to outcome of the appeal and that the constructor shall not plead any type of equity, any kind of
I have
equity.
not put up any permanent structure, my lord. There is only a pole that I put
Therefore,
up.
even
and
if you
a
put,
sheet.
this will come to your aid only.
Yes,
But paper book they have not filed.
my lord,
Huh?
I will file the
Paper
paper.
Paper book ಹಾಕಿ.
ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Paper books to be filed within 2 weeks. 2 weeks, okay.
My lord, the
amendment,
amendment, my lord, I will just
and
carry out.
The compliance of office objections to be done within 10 days.
Much obliged.
Okay. Next. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಬ್ರದರ್, ಅಪೀಲ್ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಿದೆ ಏನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಸ್.
For the petitioner, matter pertaining to, my lord, the departmental inquiry, some office objection is raised, my lord, on the
Interim order they had obtained during
They have
vacation, my
interim
lord.
order now.
Yes, my lord. And with
Application carried
liberty
on
to
that.
vacate, that was the order, my lord.
Huh?
With the liberty to vacate, my lord. My lord, we have filed IA for vacating stay.
After vacation,
My
but
lord, it's a trap case because of interim order. Compulsory penalty of compulsory retirement is imposed, my lord.
ನೋಡೋಣ ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಇದು ಇಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರ.
My lord, since vacation, my lord.
21/5/2024.
Otherwise, we'll have to, my lord. Otherwise,
Vacation.
my lord, he's been caught red-handed, my lord.
ರೆಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡೆಡ್ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್.
My lord,
ಈಗ ಇಂಟ್ರಿ
evidence.
ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಸೆಸರ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ.
Lord, he is also.
Want to seek vacation, modification of this order.
Please, my lord.
ಬಟ್ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ತಗೋಣ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 3.5 ದಿವಸ ವರ್ಕ್ 4.5 ದಿವಸ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮೆನಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾವೆ, ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
Because of interim.
Not immediately after vacation. The interim order to continue till then. Okay. Till next date of hearing. Okay.
Obliged.
All right. Tisha,
And for the petitioner, your lordship, I seek 2 weeks' time to comply the office objection, your lordship.
you want 2 weeks to comply?
Yes, your lord.
All right. 2 weeks granted for compliance. ಅದು ಎರಡನೇ ಸಾರಿ
Yes, your lordship. sir.
ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್. You one book, because second time it is coming.
No, your lordship, my senior is not on in the station.
All right, okay. Application. Jay Kumar.
We had already taken steps on 28/10/2024.
ನೋಡಮ್ಮ. Steps are said to have been taken, registry to verify. Okay, ಯಾಕೆ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ?
Put-up ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, notice serve ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ.
All right. Call after vacation.
Petitioner.
Basuraj.
Seeking mandamus, my lord, consider my representation and open the sealed cover, my lord. There is an inquiry, my lord. Thereafter, inquiry is examined.
AT said no.
The first respondent has not passed the order on the basis of the inquiry report, my lord.
Correct.
Page number 15, my lord.
AT ಯಾಕೆ ನೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತು ಅಂತ.
Page number 15, para 3, my lord. Last 3 line.
the inquiry was concluded on, report submitted on 28/12/2021. There is no order of the first respondent disciplinary authority to that effect, my lord. The disciplinary authority has passed the order, my lord. Even today, my lord, they have not passed the order.
ಬಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸೀಲ್ಡ್ ಕವರ್ನಾಗ ಹಂಗೆ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ಬೇಕೇನು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟೆಡ್
Yes, my lord.
he is saying act upon the report this way or that way.
Yes.
You can't postpone indefinitely the person who is kept in sealed cover so that he does not breathe. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ವೈ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ನಲ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. The short grievance of the petitioner is against the state tribunals, administrative tribunals order dated 2/7/2024,
No order is passed by the disciplinary authority.
that is his grievance.
Yes, ma'am.
Whereby his application number 1844 of 2024 has been negatived. In the said application, petitioner had made the following prayer. ನೋಡಮ್ಮ. Page 23 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೇನೆ. Following principal prayer. Learned counsel appearing for the petitioner argues that the sealed cover cannot be kept unopened in eternity, since that would affect his right to have his case considered for promotion in accordance with law and within a reasonable time. First off, learned AGA on request appearing for the respondents opposes the petition, contending that the employee has no such right. First stop. Next, having heard the learned counsel for the parties and having perused the petition papers, we are of a considered view that the sealed cover procedure is a procedure cannot be elongated beyond reasonable time, since that would as rightly argued by learned counsel for the petitioner, affect right of the employee to have his case considered for promotion to next level in accordance with law. First, in our system, we have adopted the doctrine of reasonableness in all state action, and countenancing contention of the learned AGA would offend this and therefore cannot be agreed to. First off, however, this aspect of the matter appears to have been approached with a defective juridical angle by the tribunal, and therefore our interference is eminently warranted. First, in the above circumstances, next paragraph, this petition is allowed in part. Second, the order of the impugned order of the KAT, although in substance maintained, is modified to the effect that the official jurisdictional respondents shall open the sealed cover forthwith and process the contents thereof without broking any delay. First, it hardly needs to be stated that a report of the inquiry officer shall be furnished to the petitioner in terms of Ramzan Khan case, AR 91 Supreme Court so and so, and the proceeding shall be culminated into some order, this side or that side, after consideration thereof. After consideration of petitioner's representation to the report.
Please.
Okay, ordered accordingly.
Please.
Court's made easy. Next. Yes, Vinayaka, ಏನಿದೆ?
My lords, on the ground that the out of 9
Huh.
a maternity deaths ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ drugs controller is kept under suspension.
Lordship,
My lords, I pointed out, my lords.
may I request for a password, my lord?
Password.
Password, please. my
You want to bring the advocate general?
Yes, ma'am.
That's.
lord.
good.
AG
Bring,
is
bring.
appearing.
Password. Yes, Prithvisha.
Let's, the petitioner, my lords, is in the cadre of assistant director. I was working in Kolar, my lords. I was working in Kolar.
Emergency, brother.
My lords, urgency is I'm rendered without posting. I had a posting, my lords. That page 37, that posting was cancelled and I was posted on.
ಯಾವತ್ತು posting ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ? When are you going to give posting?
My lords,
Call tomorrow. ಬೇಗನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಾವು ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
let's,
Posting ಕೊಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ.
tomorrow.
Day after. Okay.
may I just make this request?
ಆಯ್ತು.
The person who was already working, my lords,
ಆಯ್ತು.
he was shifted out due to certain allegations.
ಬರ್ಲಿ
Very
ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿತಪ್ಪ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ನನ್ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಲಟ್ಸ್ he was shifted out after he has completed tenure of 4 years and he was facing enquiry. Notices were issued year after year and because of that malats I was posted. Now malats within 1 year he is brought back to the very same post where government itself said please transfer him.
ನೋಡಿ
out.
ನೋಡಿ. Please ನೋಡಿ. Yes.
Very soon.
Day after.
Day after.
ಹಾ.
Great.
Yeah.
Matter pertaining to my lord departmental inquiry.
Ah.
Lord, the petitioner is an assistant teacher. Lord, was appointed in the year 2015.
Yes.
Lord, allegation against the petitioner is that, my lord, though there was no post of, my lord, 3A, Lord, he has been selected by, my lord, deceiving the government. Lord, in respect of, my lord, I approached the Honorable Tribunal challenging the charge memo on the ground that, my lord, CCA rules cannot be applied to a would-be government servant. At the relevant point of time, my lord, the allegation is, my lord, while I was a candidature to the post of candidate to the post of, my lord, assistant teacher, you have deceived the government. My lord, with respect to that allegation, my lord, CCA rules cannot be applied because, my lord, as on that date, I was not a government servant.
You need not be.
Lord,
Anything relating to recruitment process, this is what apex court said.
Lord,
Anything relating to appointment to the public service.
yes,
That
CCA,
would fit into.
Lord, Lord, rule 2 of the CCA rule says, Lord, it applies to a, my lord, government servant or, my lord, there are certain categories. It cannot be, my lord, the Honorable Tribunal did not grant me an interim order. Against that, my lord, I preferred a writ petition. But page 185,
ಅಲ್ಲ
this,
ಆಯ್ತು, ಈ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ you tell me on that
Lord,
principle.
it cannot, Lord, division,
Nothing can be done to him.
Lord, division bench of this Honorable Court has held that, my lord, it cannot be.
It cannot be means he should go scot free.
No,
Then what should be done? You tell that, we'll tell them.
Lord.
You can't go get scot free.
Right.
Suppose, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು fraud ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು. And that's the reason why Lord
But,
Edward Coke said centuries ago, fraud vitiates everything.
Lord, fraud vitiates.
So we
everything.
have adopted that theory na, in P. Changalavara Naidu
Yes.
versus so and so.
Lord, there is no dispute with regard to that proposition, my lord. Lord, page 1, my lord, I had the benefit of interim order.
You take advantage of other bench, not,
Alla,
not our.
Lord, so connected matter, this Honorable Court has granted interim order.
Interim order granted.
Yes, my lord. Page, my lord, 186. Connected matter, my lord, interim order is
Call
granted.
this matter along with WP number so and so.
25932 of 2024.
A day after. ನೋಡ್ ಅದ್ರಾಗೂ ವೇಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು.
Lord, your lordship may. grant
ಎರಡು ಬರ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅದು ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್? ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಫಿಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆಗೋರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್.
Alla,
ಫ್ರಾಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು
Lord, against interim order, I had come. This Honorable Court has granted interim order in the very petitioner's case.
ನೋಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡ
Page-
ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡೋಣ.
Page 185 for a moment, my lord.
ಏನಂತ
ಇದು ನನಗೇನೆ interim order
ಅದನ್ನ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟೇವ್ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಈಗ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. till disposal of, my lord, till, my lord, I approach this honorable.
ಮಾಡಿದೇನ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ?
No, I have to
Similar
wait.
matter ಅಲ್ಲಿ entry order ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ.
ಕೊಡಿ.
But page 185, page 186, my lord. In respect of Devendra Nayak, my lord, this honorable court has granted interim order.
ಅಂತಾವ್ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ತಾವಲ್ಲ, my lord, coordinate bench.
That's the reason we say.
But I am sorry, my lord.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ದತ್ ಯಾದವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ.
ಇದು in respect of petitioner himself. Annexure D, interim order is in respect of petitioner. In respect of, my lord, another employee, page 186, coordinate, I am sorry, my lord, coordinate bench has granted it.
ನಾವು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥದ್ದು actually. Let us see. Sorry. Learned AG is requested to accept notice for respondents. Full stop. Learned counsel appearing for the petitioner draws our attention to the orders of two coordinate benches. And tells us that in matchable fact matrix, interim relief has been granted to the litigants in those cases, and therefore his client cannot be discriminated against. First, in support of that, he cites a coordinate bench decision of this court, 76-77. Not compare coke, PSC compare. Next paragraph. In the subject ruling, a coordinate bench of this court decades ago said that in matchable fact matrix, if some interim relief has been granted, comma, the same needs to be extended to the similarly circumstanced litigant, unless there are repugnant factors. First stop. In view of that, issue interim order as prayed for till next date of hearing, call this matter in the 3rd week of January. First, next paragraph. If assertion of counsel for the petitioner as to parity is found to be not true, comma, consequences would follow. Please start. But call along with third matter.
25932.
Yes.
13 is also not similar.
Similar.
Serial number 13, today's list. my lord.
ನೋಡಮ್ಮ, ಎರಡನ್ನು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು similar common order ಮಾಡಿ. Call along with each other.
Please,
ನಿಜ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಏನಾರ ಮಿಸ್ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ನಮ್ನ. We go by your version.
please, my lord.
Yes.
On behalf of the advocate for the petitioner.
Yes.
SRO matter, my lord. Several other matters are also pending.
ಏನಿದು?
The SRO matter is only for the transfer, my lord. En masse transfer has been ordered now. 30th October, this court only thought it fit to grant a stay. This matter definitely will require some consideration. My lord, may look at my lord's order earlier passed at page 326. This court had passed the order.
That we, and I only
Interim
only draft, ordered that one, na?
That's right, that's right.
That what is the?
Lord, the glaring errors, I will only point out, my learned friends are, I'm led by senior colleagues
ಎಲ್ಲ
also.
ಹತ್ತಿರ ತಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ.
The-
14 ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ papers ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ complete.
14th.
Basically, penal transfers is one of the contention. And the fact that the tribunal actually has given, one of the glaring flaws in the order now is that the tribunal holds now that the 2013 transfer guidelines and the 2024 guidelines are mere executive instructions. They don't have any statutory force. That is contrary to the full bench judgment of this court.
That's not so, my lords. In fact,
I'll point out from the,
Observation ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ತೋರಿಸಿ.
yes, I'll point out. Let it, ink page 79 in
ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವುದು? ಎಸ್ ಎನ್
SN
ಗಂಗಾಧರ.
Gangadhar Murthy.
ಎಸ್ ಎನ್ ಗಂಗಾಧರ.
That's right.
Observation ತೋರಿಸಿ.
Chandru and then
ಚಂದ್ರು is 2011, huh? 2000. ಅದು full bench.
ಹೌದು, ಅದು full.
ತೋರಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ?
Let page 73, internal page 52 of the order.
73.
Ink page 73. It is no doubt true, my lord.
Whenever the statute is already in existence.
It cannot be overtaken by mere executive instructions of the government, but whether 2001 transfer guidelines, 2013 transfer guidelines are really statutes or they're having only a statutory force is also a point to be considered. And my lord, the tribunal relies on this decision, and at page 77,
Fernandez is a loosened.
Please.
Fernandez versus
In
state of Mysore
ABLLA.
is loosened and stands on a different footing because
Please.
it was a case relating to PWD code.
Precisely, ma'am.
PWD code,
Precise.
construction code is someone.
Precise.
There the Supreme Court's apex court said they do not have statutory force. Violation of paragraphs of the code will not give a coherent cause of action. How that can be?
No, that judgment was only relied to show what is the meaning, my lords, of statutory force. Their entire contention was 2013, 2024 general transfer guidelines are there, which have replaced the 2013 general transfer guidelines. Since the court, full bench of this honorable court had already held that they have statutory force, they are nothing but statutes. Therefore, you could not have made one more executive order is what was their argument. For that, my lords, I pointed out that when an instrument is said to have a statutory force, that does not mean that it becomes a statute. Rather, it is a 162 order, it is an executive order. But what is when you say instrument of statutory force, G.J. Fernandez says, what is the meaning of that? It becomes justiciable, it becomes enforceable. My submission, my lords, before the tribunal was that what I have issued now is also an instrument of equal standing, both of statutory force, and my argument was based on Maya Matthew that a subsequent special executive order will
Overrides the earlier one.
override. That is all, my lords. And my lords, in para 130, page 132, tribunal has held it as statutory force, page 130, 123, my lords, 123. 123. Para 16. We have also considered the decisions relied upon by the learned senior counsels in so and so, which I had also relied upon. In the said cases, it was held that the transfer guidelines of 2001 are having statutory force.
First,
That is kind of contrary to its own finding at page 77, my lord, where the tribunal says they don't have statutory force.
No, what the
Page 77, my lord.
One nimisha. Mr.
Let me,
Joshi is saying
let me just
something.
finish this to two simple points, my lord, then my
Page-
learned friends can take. Page 77. Therefore, it clearly goes to show, following Fernandez case, therefore, it clearly goes to show that even earlier transfer guidelines of the year 2001, 2013 and June 2024 are only executive instructions of the government and they cannot be termed as statute by themselves. When the earlier transfer guidelines are also administrative instructions, there is no bar for the government to bring the present administrative executive instructions by way of policy matter. If the earlier transfer guidelines were having status of statutory rules, then the contention of the learned senior counsel and other counsels for applicants might have been correct. But in this context, I had pressed into service a decision of the learned Supreme Court in A.K. Bhatnagar's case at page 103, where the Supreme Court had said, once you have framed rules, unless there are some gaps, unless you have missed out something, you can't
Where
keep
is the-
bringing rules.
What is the infraction? Which rule is infracted?
Well, there are no infraction of rules. What the state says now is there are rules that we have framed earlier, but you guys have been around for a long time.
How long your clients have been there in the office?
They say some have been for 5 years out of 8 years.
You don't believe them.
No,
You say how
5
long
years.
your clients have been there in the
no,
office?
5 years, 6 years, and it is not as if we have been there out of being stubborn or adamant. Whatever the rules have permitted us to be there, we have been there. But what they do is you've been there and all of you are corrupt. And to cleanse the system, we are sending you out.
Where they have said corrupt.
And in their objections in so many words, their objections I produce at page 258. In so many words, they say so. Page 258, my lord, is their objections. Para 16 at page 265, para 16 and para 19.
ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ 5-8 ವರ್ಷ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಿ?
Yeah.
Where is your what right you have got?
Nobody
got to
can lay
cling on
claim.
to the offices.
Nobody can lay claim to the fact that I am entitled to stay where I am and I am entitled to stay put.
Yes, sure.
It is not my contention.
Yes, sure.
My lord, page 265, para 16. This is a stand taken by the state.
Yes.
It is submitted that the main intention to introduce the guided counseling-based compulsory transfers, counseling transfers of the HQA, SR and SSR in the regions of BMRD and headquarters of 10 city corporations is to cleanse the system,
Correct.
enable percolation of the massive citizen-centric reforms undertaken from June 2023 onwards to the stakeholder citizens, and to bring in new officers, create an enabling environment in the cutting-edge registration offices, bring more transparency in registration by rooting out long-standing vested interests who have deep nexus with extraneous intermediaries. I am being tarred with a black brush.
Speaking of system, there may be, it's a common knowledge. If we say that there is nothing wrong in registration offices, people will think that we have gone lunatic. To say the least, people will say the judges have gone lunatic. Everybody, perhaps in the latest, in the recent past, you did not go to sub-registrar office to get registration of any property. Ask common man in the corridor what they will say about the sub-registrars, not particular offices.
Again,
we are not
hello.
against, we are, it's a very general impression of the people. Government says, we want to, there are reports by the Lokayukta.
There are
There are
already guidelines which
Reports by the Lokayukta, Justice N. Venkatachala, the great judge of this court, then of the apex court. He has given 2 reports, I remember. Perhaps we can lay our hands on that also. Anyway, government wants to cleanse the system. Should not, a system be not cleansed?
there are already guidelines in place which have enacted safeguards also, that en masse transfer should not be done because it disrupts the procedures.
For
So
them,
selective transfers need to be done of a particular.
why you are
percentage
worried
of
about
it.
that?
No, because everybody is being transferred on the same ground.
Why you are worried about that? Government should worry. It knows how to think, how to get the
No,
things
but
done.
when these transfers are being sought to be done, my lord, at para 19, they go on to say worse. I have not been convicted. I have not been held guilty of any crime.
Where
But
they
the
have said
fact-
about you all those things.
My lord, that is what they say in para 19.
Very difficult.
Para 19, my lord. They say that there are many departmental inquiries pending against you fellows. That is why we are transferring you.
But some departmental inquiries came before us.
My lord, wherever departmental inquiries have come,
Mr. Joshi, the government evolves policy based upon its impression, its perception. It may be wrong, but that is not sufficient for our interference. We are run by the government.
that's right.
Unless some policy is violated. If policy is violated, straightway we come to your rescue. Show which policy is violated.
My lord, these
Government is
guidelines
more than justified. We are going to laud the government's
May I
action.
make an appeal to your
are-
lordship?
All.
Page 200, my lord. kindly-
Mr. Joshi, learned senior advocate appearing for the petitioner in WP number 33865 of 2024 submits that the tribunal got itself misdirected in as much as it held that the subject transfer guidelines do not have statutory force. In support of that, he drew our attention to paragraph.
My lord, page 70, in page 73, para numbers.
Para 17 of the impugned order of the KAT. KAT order and the other one here, page.
Page 73.
Page 73 of the paper book. That is internal page 52 of tribunal's order. Secondly, he says that all sub-registrars cannot be painted as being corrupt. And a contention to that effect, to the contra effect, taken at para 16 of the state SO of the state. He draws our attention to para 16 of so
16 and 19 on the
16
reference,
and 19. All right, 19 of
Great.
SO. Yes, sir.
Lord,
What you
kindly
want to say?
take item 14, my lord. All papers are filed, my lord.
Good.
It's in order.
Instead, Mr. Bhagwat,
Yes, sir.
we'll have this in our hands.
Yes.
Your attack is against the same one.
But attack is, my lord, on the ground, my lord, the business allocation of rules and business transaction rules are violated. Already policy is made by DPAR. It is in the domain of DPAR. No other department can make policy. That is what the rules say. Page 200. Page 200, my lord.
ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ?
DPAR has issued transfer guidelines right from 2001, 2013, 24. They are holding the field. Page 200, my lord, kindly take. Yes. My lord, what? 25/6/24.
DPAR.
DPAR.
Then
In view of the reasons mentioned in the preamble, government hereby supersedes the government order dated 7/6/2013, wrongly typed, read above, and issue revised guidelines contained in this order regulating transfer of government servants. These guidelines shall come into force from the year 24-25. These guidelines shall not be applicable to government servants for whom act rules have been made separately for the purpose of transfer.
Separately ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್
But they have done it not. I have produced it that also. Annexure A8 onwards. Or
page
my lord will find right from A9 onwards, page 226. A9 is the teachers transfer.
ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ರೂಲ್ಸ್?
But it is revenue department has now framed the what is the transfer policy.
ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ?
Revenue department. Rules are not framed. But I can understand rules are framed. They have power. They can regulate the transfer by framing rules. I have no objection.
Without framing rules, they cannot be.
They cannot.
Which is that ruling?
That is what blood the A4 blood. A4.
They are saying that. That's
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
The actual umbilical cord
Yes.
is with the revenue department. You said that.
Transfer is based on the guidance issued by DPR. I have no objection that. Question is now whether they can pay executive instruction can be issued.
That senior advocate Mr. Bhagwat submits that the transfer guidelines have been promulgated by the DPAR throughout, and therefore in violation of the same, no transfer can be effected by the revenue department under whom these sub-registrars do fall. Okay.
Can it take business transaction rules? Business allocation rules, page below 341.
In support of that, page number?
341.
He draws our application.
Paper book. Paper book.
Paper already.
341.
In support of that, he draws our attention to page 341 of his paper book, volume 2.
Yes. But
Exer A18.
kindly come to 343, my lord. Executive instructions of the government.
That is.
Page
Karnataka-
343.
1 second.
Yes.
That is Karnataka Government Allocation of Business Rules 1977. Page number?
Page number 343. Heading J Secretariat. Not item 9. Executive instruction of the government.
343.
343.
And page 343.
Yes.
Of the PB paper book.
DPR alone is authority. Schedule 2, my lord, 342 commences. DPR, department.
ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇವತ್ತು? ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. 343. What is this, Mr. Bhagwat?
No, these are allocation of business rules allocated to DPR. Not kindly see 342, schedule 2, Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms. These are the business allocated to department DPR only. Page 342, not schedule 2.
Schedule 2.
Yes, 342, schedule 2.
Okay.
My lord will find 343, J Secretariat, executive instructions are concerned, it is in the domain of the DPR only.
Okay.
Then, my lord, kindly take 343, L, administrative reforms. Administrative reforms also, my lord, is concerned, it is DPR only.
Which in schedule 2, Pudama,
Schedule 2.
Schedule 2 ದಲ್ಲಿ
Yes.
ಐಟಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳಿ.
Item J, Secretariat ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ heading. Next page ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Secretariat ಅಂತ J ಅಂತಿದೆ, capital J.
G.
Yes. Item 9.
Secretariat.
Yes.
All
9,
matters-
executive instruction of the government.
Secretariat ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
All secretariat, executive instruction is concerned, all secretariat.
No. No. Secretariat is considered by 2 high courts. They have given particular meaning to that. Immediately, I cannot lay my hands to, I cannot carry library with me.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
But there are 2 judgments which do not agree with your view.
Subject to my lords, what they say. Executive, not under the head, my lord, item 9, executive instruction of the government and the.
See that under secretariat, what they have said. Item 1.
All matters, my lord. But all matters
All
pertain to
matters
staff.
pertaining to staff and the requirements, maintenance of Vidhan Sauda and attached buildings like residential quarters.
Number 1,
etc.
number 1.
Which is your point.
Item 9.
Item
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ,
executive instructions
executive
of-
instructions of the government ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ 343 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್. ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ನೋಸ್.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಐಟಮ್ 1,
page number?
ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ 343, ಹೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಲಾರ್ಡ್
Administrative reforms.
ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್. It is the domain of the DPR.
Transfer is administrative.
My lord knows so. Justice. Transfer guidelines ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, Harnally Ramaswamy committee was formed by the government. Then
That's Mr. Harnally is also here. You should look at him and then say, you should not deny your submission.
yes,
Anyway, no, that's a different, transfers are an incidence of service.
Correct.
Hold on, Supreme Court.
Correct.
ಅದು administrative reforms ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ administrative reforms as a matter of policy ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾರ್ನಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಮಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು
Yes.
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ
Yes.
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
yes, yes.
ಅದು 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 ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದು ಆಕ್ಷನ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಗವರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್.
But implement transfer guidance itself says, my lord, administrative reforms we are bringing this policy ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Annexure A4 itself says so.
ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ as a matter of policy ಬೇರೆ, ಆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಎ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಬೇರೆ.
Yes.
ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ.
Correct. Then my lord, kindly go to schedule 14.
Mr. Bhagwat,
361.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು. Mr. Bhagwat draws our attention to inverse ನಲ್ಲಿ J dash secretariat at page 343 and L administrative reforms. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ at page 343 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡು ಸರಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Yes, sir.
Then my lord, 361. 361, my lord, will find schedule 14, page 360. Revenue department is concerned. What is the business, my lord, allocated to them? My lord will directly come to heading G.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಅನ್ನೋದು ರೆವೆನ್ಯೂ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪವರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ.
I am not saying they can.
ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪವರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ DPR
Executive order ಇಲ್ಲ, rules ಇದೆ.
ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
Executive order ಇಲ್ಲ, rules ಇದೆ. ಖಂಡಿಸಿ that also. 361, not it commences from 360, schedule 14, revenue department ಅಂತಿದೆ 360 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. My lord got it? 360.
360.
0ದಲ್ಲಿ schedule
You are
Roman
right.
14 ಇದೆ.
You are right.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ revenue department ಅಂತಿದೆ.
ಹಾ.
Kindly come to H. Page 361. Item 1.
361.
Recruitment rules relating service and post under the administrative control of revenue department. We have no objection to.
The services and posts
Yes.
under the administrative control of the revenue department.
Then number 2,
Appointments, postings, transfers.
transfer, legal. To the officer and staff working under the administrative control of revenue department, except those falling under the Department of Personal Administration.
And
They can transfer. They are in the domain, they have to effect transfer, but policy they cannot. Policy should be framed by DPR alone. That's why, my lord, 10 departments have framed recruitment rules of transfer. 10 departments.
Heading ಓದಿ. H the heading ಓದಿ.
Yes, H. Recruitment rules and appointments.
ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ as a matter of policyನೇ ಇದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಎರಡು ಬರ್ತದೆ.
But according to me, my lord, subject to what?
According to Mr. Bhagwat, the revenue department does not have power to transfer the sub-registrars.
No, they have power to transfer, but they cannot
Although
change guidelines.
they have power to transfer, that power has to be exercised in accordance with the transfer guidelines promulgated by the RDPAR. DPAR. First, in support of that, he draws our attention to page 361 in ಅದು EW feel ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾ, pages ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. 33784
Yes.
784 ಇದು 784.
Yes, my lord,
of
3378.
2024. All right, next contention.
Then, my lord, the policy is framed by the revenue department, transfer policy. The, my lord, cabinet fixes the date to effect transfer before 30/10/24. But 4/11/2024, lord, without, lord, cabinet's cabinet decision, not the counseling is held, my lord, contrary to cabinet decision, and transfers are being
Where
effected.
is the cabinet decision?
Yes. Kindly
What
take
is
that.
the status of cabinet decision in our constitution? Show that.
Some cheating, my lord, 1972 constitutional made
ಆ
decision.
decision ಏನಂತ ಇದೆ?
A decision says, my lord,
ಇದು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಮೊದಲು.
Yes, sir.
Cabinet decision ತೋರಿಸಿ.
kindly take cabinet decision now, my lord.
Page
Page,
number
my lord, 490,
419,
490.
490.
Yes, particularly for the counseling, guided counseling transfer.
ಇವು ಕಿರು ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿಗಳು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಿರು ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿ 490 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ undisputed 5 ಕಾಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಟೋಟಲ್.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇವು ಕಿರು ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿಗಳು ಅಂತಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್
ಇದೆ.
474 ನಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ.
Kindly take now come to 490. Last column decision of the cabinet. ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮುದ್ರಾಂಕ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಹಾಯಕರು, ಹಿರಿಯ ಉಪನೋಂದಣಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಗೈಡೆಡ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್, ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮೂಲಕ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಲು.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಿಮ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಗೆ, ನಮ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಸಾರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, 30
Anyway, for humor we said, with due respect. ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್.
ಎಸ್, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಲಮ್. ಎಸ್,
ಇದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
That is, Lord, the 39/24.
39/24 page number.
My lord will find 39. That is, my lord, a 26 only. Cabinet has taken a decision and
Page?
last paragraph.
Page number ಹೇಳಿ.
490 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲಮ್.
490.
ಹೌದು, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲಮ್. ತಾವು ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಫೋರ್ತ್,
ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮುದ್ರಾಂಕ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಹಾಯಕರು ಉಪನಾಯಕರು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮೂಲಕ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಲು ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸಿದ ಅವಧಿಯನ್ನು 10/8/24 30/10/24 ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಲು ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ.
we have no objection.
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ?
It is not extended beyond that time.
ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
Unless public,
ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು.
no, unless cabinet extends time.
ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
That is why cabinet has taken a decision 30/10/24. If it expires, then cabinet has to extend that time. Formal law.
ಈ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್.
That is, my lord, 39/24 is, my lord, page 211.
211.
ಹೌದು.
211.
Policy.
ಇದೆಯಾ?
Policy decision.
211.
39/24.
ಇದು ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಇಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್.
Yes.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
To give up to cabinet decision.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
Oh, that is not valid.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ? ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮ್, ಅವಾಗ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಲೂಸ್ ವ್ಯೂ. EP ರಾಯಪ್ಪ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು 74 ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ 555 ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಶಂಕರ ನಾರಾಯಣನ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಮೇ ಬಿ ರಾಜಗೋಪಾಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ದಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ they partake the legal character when order has been issued. It is so decided by at least that is what. That's
313 and 321.
211 Enku, you agree that it is not, it does not. Mr. Learned Counsel, Mr. Bhagwat, one second. Bhagwat drew your attention to Annexure A7 at page 211 of his paper book, which is a notification dated 30 September 2024, whereby transfers are effectuated, and fairly submits that the government, the cabinet decision in terms of page 490
Yes.
0 is not reflected in this order.
A17, page 321, it is reflected.
331,
321.
321. But ಬಹಳ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೋತೀರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ. Yes. Read. ಇದು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಅದು ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇದೆ.
ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ಯಾವ್ದು? Page 314.
314 ದಲ್ಲಿ policy of transfer.
Impugned transfer.
Impugned policy framed by the Revenue Department. Page 314, unnumbered paragraph 3.
ಇದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
This is the.
ಯಥಾವತ್ತಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಹಂಗ್ ನಾವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ನೋಟು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಕೆಲಿಟಲ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ಡ್ ಟು ಬಿ limb of the government.
Yes.
At least in Sukhdev Singh versus Bhagat Ram, Supreme Court said that way. They operate not as agents of the government, but limbs of the government ಅಂತ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು.
Page 314.
Kindly take page 314.
Para 3.
First, however, he adds that the said cabinet decision finds place in government notification order dated 30/9/2024. ಅದ್ಯಾವಾಗಿತ್ತು ಆರ್ಡರ್?
39/24.
ಅವತ್ತೇ
39/24 is the malad executive order. Passed by the Revenue Department.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಏನು
5/9.
ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್
5/9/2024.
5/9/2024.
The main cabinet, the
5/9.
cabinet decision was on 12/7/2024.
12/7/20.
12/7/24. After that, my lords, we have issued this government order, and in the meantime, my lords, DPR approval was also sought on the file. In view of the fact, my lords, that in the earlier round of litigation, they had taken up this contention. DPR was also approved. That is also stated in the same paragraph, para 3. My lords have that para 3.
DPR has approved this.
Approved this. Kindly see, my lords.
Learned AAG interjects to tell us that this order of the government has secured approval of the
DPR.
DPAR.
Para 3 ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
last two sentences.
Para 3.
ಅಲ್ಲ, unnumbered para 3, 314 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, 314, third paragraph ಅಲ್ಲಿ, last two lines. ನೀಡಿರುವ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಸುಧಾರಣಾ ಇಲಾಖೆಯನ್ನು ಕೋರಲಾಗಿ ದಿನಾಂಕ so and so ಅನಧಿಕೃತ ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಾಯಿತಿ ಸಹಮತಿ ನೀಡಿರುತ್ತದೆ. The same,
ಸಹಮತಿ ನೀಡಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ.
and in the same para, bottom in the fourth line, my lords, the ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ ಅನುಮೋದಿಸಿರುವುದರಿಂದ.
Para?
Same paragraph. Same paragraph also refers to, my lords, cabinet approval. Fourth line from top.
So they sought for exemption from those things.
Please, my lords, cabinet approval, my lords, was given earlier. Thereafter, my lords, we also in due course at the time of framing of the government order, we sent it to the DPR.
Okay.
Now, policy framed with DPR is
Says, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ದಪ್ಪ? DPR, which is reflected in running page 314. 314. Approval and relaxation. All right.
Cabinet decision is on 12.
if the decision policy framed by the DPR is already holding the field, under the business transaction rules, there is no subdelegation by DPR. Either DPR should frame itself or no subdelegation at all.
Any other point you have?
But now then, my lord, the 30/10/24 is the date fixed by the cabinet. It is not extended by cabinet.
Next paragraph. Mr. Bhagwat submits that the outer timeline for effecting transfer in the subject year was 30/10/2024, and therefore transfers effected post this date are unsustainable, being contrary to the cabinet decision itself.
But kindly appreciate this, my lord. But why should they consult, my lord, if they have power to frame the policy? Why should they consult, my lord, the DPR? Not necessary at all. If they have power, they have power. It is evident from the, my lord, allocation rules. It is the, my lord, DPR alone is the authority to, my lord, issue, my lord, executive instruction to all departments.
First,
in the matter of, my lord,
he repeats that the policy of transfer will be promulgated by the DPAR under the allocation of business rules. And those rules have to be adhered to while effecting transfers. Okay.
The framing of, my lord, now, then, my lord, counseling is held on 4/11/2024. At that time, my lord, the cadre and recruitment of the revenue department says, my lord, senior sub-registrar is a group B post, sub-registrar is group C post. There are identifications, not senior sub-registrar post, pursuant to the direction issued by this court in Rahman's case. Not there are 109 senior sub-registrar post. Not you know what they did is, not they just not sub-registrar is posted as senior sub-registrar is posted as not sub-registrar. Senior sub-registrar.
Interchange.
Is it permissible under law? Recruitment rule says, not they separately, not identified under the recruitment rules.
His last but one submission. Last but one submission.
No, one more submission is there.
Last but two submissions is that the senior sub-registrars hold the cadre of group B. And other sub-registrars hold group C cadre. And they cannot be interchangeably posted, and therefore such interchange is vitiated. All right. ಯಾವ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ?
2711.
We'll assert it 1 second.
Please,
ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ತೆಗೆದು
please.
ಜೂನಿಯರ್ ಕಡೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ತಗ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಕಡೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
No, my lords, there is only so under the Registration Act, we have to have sub-registrar, a district registrar is there, my lords, and for every sub-district, there is one sub-registrar's office. It is called the office of the sub-registrar. Incidentally, my lords, that is under the Registration Act. Incidentally, my lords, under my C&R rules, the cadre is called a sub-registrar, Group C, and another cadre, my lords, which is a promotion post by 3 years experience, is Group B post, senior sub-registrar. Both are entitled to be posted to that post. There is no separate post called senior sub-registrar in my in any of the postings. I have a office of a sub-registrar.
ಆ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ.
Office post martini, he is a he performs the function of a registration officer under the Registration Act. The central legislation says there shall be one district headed by a district registrar and sub-districts headed by a sub-registrar. So for every sub-registrar's office, we have a sub-registrar post. So our sub-registrar, there is no senior sub-registrar post at all. I have a senior sub-registrar cadre, but there is no sub-registrar post. So they're entitled to be posted. It is just, my lords,
ಆ ಕಾಡಾರ್ನಾಗ ಬರೋರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್
senior
ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ.
sub-registrar. They will be, it is not on own pay also. They go and work, my lords, and they get their pay. It's a group. Senior sub-registrar is a Group B post. Sub-registrar is a Group C post.
ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
No, it is now, my lords, with regard to earlier, there was one case before before this honorable court where it was in respect of a transfer matter had come before this honorable court where a senior sub-registrar was posted, my lords, replacing a senior sub-registrar. At that stage, my lords, this honorable court felt that there should be guidelines to identify the post of senior sub-registrars. So at that point of time, my lords, we identified 109 officers because we have 109 sanctioned posts of senior sub-registrars. 109 posts, my lords, were identified for that purpose.
ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು, we have introduced the reforms where we have introduced anytime anywhere registration. So earlier it was based on revenue. Now, my lords, we have withdrawn that notification. That notification is not there. So therefore I can, as on the day, my lords, after the dismissal of the case, when posting orders were issued, as on the date, that notification was not there. And today, my lords, there is no identification of a separate post for a senior sub-registrar or a sub-registrar. They are posted.
ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜಬಲ್.
They're interchangeable, my lords. They are posted as a registration officer. And, my lords, incidentally, my lords, the nomenclature in the Registration Act and the nomenclature, my lords, in my C&R matches. Adu bitre, iವರು ಅದೇ sub-registrar ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂತೇನಿಲ್ಲ. It could have been anything else in the registrar office. It could have been any other. My cadre sub-registrar ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, senior sub-registrar ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ post ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಿ identify ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. They are interchangeable posts. They both perfect.
When they are posted as sub-registrar to the office of sub-registrar,
Please, my lords.
their designation as such remains intact.
Intact, my lords. They are supposed.
And emoluments also.
Emoluments also is the same.
My lord, kindly take note, page 512.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Yes.
ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದು.
Yes.
Learned AAG on our request interferes and tells us that the encadrement as submitted by Mr. Bhagavat is true. Semicolon. There was a government order which said that earlier.
Kindly take 512, my lord. 512 page. Rahman,
Yeah.
Yes, my lord, I produced it.
Government order dated
19/3/22, page 512,
19/3,
2022,
19/3/2022.
page 515, my lord, last, my lord, conditions of the government order. They are all senior
Page
sub-
annexure 827 another
827, my lord,
at page 512.
kindly come to 515, last terms of the government order.
ಮೇಲ್ಕಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಯಕರನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೇಮಿಸತಕ್ಕದ್ದು ಹಿರಿಯ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಯಕಾರರ ಹುದ್ದೆಗೆ ತತ್ಸಮಾನ ವೃಂದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಲಭ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಉಪನೋಂದಣಿಕಾರನ್ನು ನೇಮಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಎದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಇದನ್ನು ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಈಗ?
Yes, my lord, page
605.
kindly take that also. I have produced that. My lord, I have produced it.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ in support of his contention, Mr. Bhagavat presses into service government notification dated 19/3/2022, annexure 827 at page 512 of PB2.
It is withdrawn on what? 27/11/24, 605.
And adds that this has been withdrawn on a wide order dated
27/11/2024.
27 November 2024.
Counseling was held on 4/11/24. because there is a very crucial date.
When that was done, it was there.
It was there.
And full stop. He further submits that the counseling was done on
4/11/2024.
4/11/2024. And as of that day, the notification dated 19/3/2022 was very much in force. And therefore, subsequent withdrawal vide notification order dated 27/11/2024 is irrelevant and does not affect right of the candidates, petitioners accruing under the earlier notification.
Not kindly take 601 recruitment rules. There are separate post cadres. Page 602, it commences from 601. Page 602, my lord, will find the senior sub-registrar. 602. Senior sub-registrar, including superintendent, etc. Left side only.
Senior sub-registrar. You are right.
Then, my lord, sub-registrar, my lord, will find that also. Alle ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ 602 ಲಾಸ್ಟ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕಪ್ಪು ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಡದ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರಿ, ಕಾಣಂಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಕೆಳಗಡೆ
ಕಾಣ್ದಂಗೆ.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು
ನೋಡಿ, ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಟೈಪ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಟೈಪ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇದೆ. 616 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. 616 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೈಪ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಹಾಕಿ.
Brother,
Please,
as on the date the counseling was done,
please,
that was done keeping in view
please,
the 2022 notification.
As on the day, my lords, the counseling was done, the 2022 notification was in force. But my lords had directed that the counseling can be done.
Correct.
And it shall not be given effect to. So counseling was not given effect to. As on, the applications were dismissed on 10th of December 2024. It was pronounced during during the afternoon session. And on 10/12/2024, the consequential posting orders notification was issued only on 10/11/2024.
But ಅವರ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಂಗ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ? ನೀವು ಅವು ಎರಡು ಕೇಡರೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ
Please, my lords.
ಆಯಾ ಕೇಡರನ್ನ ಬ್ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಡರು I have my lords 2 cadres. There is no dispute about that. Now, since my lords are on that page, if my lords may kindly see the text, my lords, of page 606 notice. Just one second.
606.
Please, my lords.
ಈಗ ನೀವು you agree that interchangeability rule is norm is
Not necessary at all now because of anytime, anywhere registration, my lords, that has happened. Earlier, my lords, it was done on the basis of revenue collection. For there was actually, it was because, my lords, there was an issue in the context of a transfer matter where a senior sub-registrar was sought to be displaced by sub-registrar. When he came to the court felt, see, a senior cadre official is being displaced by a junior cadre official. It is better you identify post. In that context, my lords, this honorable court had identify ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು.
109 ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು.
Cadre strength is 109 of senior sub-registrar, so identified 109 post.
ಆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗಳನ್ನ
Please, my lords.
ಈಗ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಫಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ?
Please, now, my lords, interchange. In the counseling, my lords, it was offered to everybody. So voluntarily it was taken. Now, my lords, my submission would be, it was subsequently withdrawn, no doubt about it. But as on the day of withdrawal, my lords, I had not even issued the consequential transfer order. Transfer order was issued only after the disposal of the matters, my lords, in the KAT. But even assuming, my lords, for a moment, let us assume, my lords, that it might prejudice them to some extent. Counseling can be reheld. That's all. That will be the consequence.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಮಾಡ್ರಿ.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. In the event, please.
Our 109 persons belong to another cadre.
Please,
Posts are identified.
please,
Their positions cannot be filled up
please,
with those who are under them.
please, my lords. Now, my lords, by virtue of the withdrawal of that, now the entire pool gets opened up. Now, my lords, in terms of the, as on the date of counseling, my lords, I admit, my lords, that that notification was there. Subsequently, it was withdrawn. I have also given reasons, my lords, for why I have withdrawn it. Now, kindly see page 606 for a moment. My lords. I'll just read the 2 provisions of the registration.
Before that, my lord.
One second.
Something we'll hear you also. 606.
Not top of the page.
5 begins,
Ah.
6 you are reading.
606, my lords, top of the page. 7, my lords, this is the section 7 of the Registration Act.
Offices of registrars and sub-registrars.
The state government shall establish in every district an office to be styled the office of the registrar, and in every sub-district an office or offices to be styled the office of the sub-registrar or the office of the joint sub-registrars. So, my lords, under the Registration Act, I have an office of the sub-registrar. And, my lords, I have the total combined cadre strength, my lords. Based on that, my lords, I post the officers. Earlier in the context, my lords, of a litigation that had come up before this honorable court, we had identified the posts. But I have withdrawn that.
ಈ sub-registrar office ನಲ್ಲೇ senior sub-registrar.
Senior sub-registrar. This nomenclature, incidentally, my lords, I could have had a different nomenclature here, calling them as sub-registrar A, sub-registrar B, or registrar A, registrar B, or any other nomenclature in my C&R. Just because, my lords, my nomenclature in the C&R to a group C post tallies with this nomenclature that is given in the Registration Act, that does not mean that I cannot post a senior sub-registrar there. Senior sub-registrar ಬೇರೆ duties ಇದ್ರೆ it was something else.
ಆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. They both function as.
ಆ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ನೋಡಿ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬೇರೆ,
please
ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ.
Please, my lords.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ?
Please, my lords. I have, my lords, an office of the sub-registrar.
Where there may be senior sub-registrar, there may be sub-registrar.
Sub-registrar.
Simply said.
My lords, there will be one sub-registrar.
Correct. But the government order ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು PC ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. Where is that ground you have taken? The ground you have taken about that?
Rejoinder.
Huh?
In the rejoin, all of us have taken. Yes. That is not disputed by them, it is there. And it is also argued.
It is argued, it was answered.
It's argued,
We have also
but-
replied to that.
How they have answered?
Yes, please. Kindly take the, not the answer of the, not court at, Lord,
Page 161.
page
160.
161. Grounds full.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ,
169 ಅಲ್ಲಿ,
finding.
no, finding ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. My lord asked me the first, where you have taken the plea.
169 ದಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
Pleading.
Leading side. ಅಲ್ಲ, where the tribunal considered 89.
Page 136.
Internal
Page 136 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, Lord, court deals the such matter, Lord. Kindly take, Lord, page 136, last unnumbered paragraph.
That is 89.
136.
89.
As far as this aspect is, the additional reply statement at para 6, respondent government has stated that in the government notification dated 19/3/22, 5/7/22, and 15/10/22, 109 sub-registrar office were identified to the post of senior sub-registrar as registrars and registration officers. In the said notification dated 19/3/22,
They are not interchangeable ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವ್ರ contention.
it is our contention.
ಮತ್ತೆ 109 post ಅನ್ನು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ
Please, my lords.
ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
No, my lords, when I identified 109 post, I said I had 109 cadre strength. So I had to identify 109 sub-registrar office post itself for the purpose of senior sub-registrar. What I identified in that identification notification also, it is not a post of the senior sub-registrar. It is a if my lords may see that notification, it is the office of the sub-registrar. Sub-registrar allene new senior sub-registrar 109. So Milords, I just wanted to tell again the context of the cost of repetition. A sub-registrar was sought to, a senior sub-registrar to his place, Milords, some sub-registrar was posted. So when matter came up, how can a senior officer be disturbed, Milords, by a junior officer?
Then you
was-
identified.
Then
one
I
not
identified.
And issued that.
I issued that notification.
22
Please, Milords.
notification.
And that was on the basis, Milords, of the fact that wherever I got the highest revenue generation, I will identify those posts because a senior person will man it. Now, Milords, in view of the change circumstances, because I have a lot of
Where you can register.
everywhere, anywhere registration, and Milords, I have given reasons also why I am withdrawing that, and therefore, Milords, I have withdrawn. If their allegation is only that as on the date of the counselling, there was some, it was that notification was still in force. My answer to that, Milords, is that the notification of transfer giving effect to the counselling was only after the withdrawal and after the order passed by the KSAT. And that can also be cured by holding a fresh counselling.
Not anywhere registration introduced in 2011. It is not the first time, Milord. It is introduced long back.
After Kaveri, 2 minutes.
Yes. First it is introduced in Bangalore. Yes. Yes, Milord. No. It was introduced long back. Anywhere. No, they cannot say, no, we have introduced online registration, etc. It's long back. It's 2011, Milord. We are in 2024.
What
19/3/2022 what the issued, Milord. At that time, anywhere registration was there, Milord. Because this court said in Rahman's case, unless you identify senior sub-registrar post, you are creating a mess, because recruitment rules identifies senior sub-registrar as a group B post and sub-registrar as a group C post. Since it will be contrary to recruitment rules, Milord, this court said you have to identify. And they wanted to seek review of that order. This court said no. I will read the Rahman's case.
There are two things.
Yes.
One is in the C&R rules, there may be the promotional avenues, that is sub-registrar, senior
Senior.
sub-registrar, senior.
Yes.
Maybe n number of posts. It is only for the purpose of there should be promotional avenues. But that doesn't mean, and it is not compulsory, that there should be post of the,
Senior sub-registrar in every sub-registrar's office.
That is what, Milord. Yes.
say for example, Bengaluru.
Yes.
ಇದು senior sub-registrar, 3 senior. ಆಯ್ತೆ ರಾಮನಗರ 2 senior. ಆ ತರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ post ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. It is only for the purpose of giving the promotional avenues that has been given.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡ.
ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿಸಿ Milord.
ಇದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದ್ದು, ಇದು ಡಬಲ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್,
ಹೌದು.
ಇದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್, ಇದು ಬರೀ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್
ಹೌದು.
ಅಂತ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಆಗಿದೆ. 19/3/22 ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಜ್ 512 ಇದು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
ಅದು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು.
ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ they wanted review.
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ
ಅದು ವಿತ್ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ this court they have undertake that they will not review it in Rahman's case. ಖಂಡಿಸಿ ಆರ್ಡರ್
Page number?
ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಲಾಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್
ಅದನ್ನ 109 ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ.
page number, my lord, 512. It commences.
19/3/22.
Yes, Lord, 19/3/22.
ಯಾವ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್, ಯಾವ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಯರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇದಿಷ್ಟೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ 19/3/22.
This could not have been violated ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು.
Yes, my lord.
Because the counseling began when this order was very much in operation.
Kindly take Rahman's case, Lord. Why this order is passed? Court of, please.
ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
This is in the case of transfer, my lord.
2022 order is passed. Now we are understanding why sub registrars are strong.
All strong advocates are here.
No.
And equally strong advocates and additional advocates.
Yes, my lord. There are two. Learned High Court Government Breeder has filed a court memo with 22/3/22 enclosing copy of the notification dated 19/3/22 along with the same. Under the notification, post of senior superstar totaling 109 are detailed. Further, under the notification, 3 conditions have been imposed. The first condition stipulates that only subregistrars who
I'll
are,
come to page 3,
yes, ma'am,
last 3 lines in the above paragraph.
yes, ma'am. Be that.
Thirdly, it is.
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Thirdly,
Thirdly-
it is stated that
Ah.
department reserves right to review the notification in the event of an administrative exigency.
Excellent.
No,
Now,
kindly-
now they have reviewed this
No,
notification
kindly come to that.
because
ಅದು deal ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. That point is also dealt in this case, ma'am. Kindly see that also. Para 3 onwards. From reading the above, it is apparent that
this stage it would not be, it's only academic
ma'am.
science. Posting is a you would deem it appropriate to direct posting of such officers shall be for reasons to be recorded by the competent authority, and the regions should be in tune with the grounds mentioned in conditions 2 and 3. Postings or review of the notification cannot be on whimsical
whimsical
grounds.
grounds.
ನೀವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Please,
ಅವರ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಿದಾವಲ್ಲ
please,
ಅವರನ್ನೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ.
senior sub-registrar
ಹೌದು
for 109.
ಹೌದು not
Please, notwithstanding that we have withdrawn it.
Huh?
Notwithstanding the fact that we have
ಅದು
withdrawn.
ಅದನ್ನ ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
ಹಾ.
ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ದಿ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈಡ್
Please.
ಸಿಂಗಲ್
Coordinate
coordinate bench identified
Please,
there are 2 classes apart.
please,
The seniors constitute one group,
please,
group B, and the others constitute group C.
see, please,
If you make them the posts interchangeable,
please.
then the treating of unequals as equals ಆಗತ್ತೆ. That's also hit by rule of equality. Equality says equal should be treated equally, not that unequal should be treated equally.
Please.
So treating unequals as equals
Please.
is held to be violative of one facet of equality in Royappa. Royappadalide.
Okay.
Ha. Ha. Reader.
Judgment call. But we couldn't cater on it. Couldn't.
ಬೇರೆ ಪೇ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್.
And I've put- I have to know the last judgment is-
And then Supreme Court
Judgment
held,
is-
once a person is accused of
Page
fraud,
note.
you cannot take it, transfer him as leader again.
ಲೀಡರ್
That is right upon. Then what it says that it is for the government to adjust. Adjustment ಆಗಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. Tribunal says it is for the government to adjust.
Will do.
But say,
I can,
Huh?
if my lord's permit,
ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು.
there are certain other issues also. Not, there are certain other issues. Contrary to the not Registration Act, not BMRD area is formed. Because Registration Act forms not district and sub-district. Contrary to that, not guideline says BMRD is a one area and then corporation is another area.
ಅದು ಅವರ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ
But-
ಅದು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
Under the not Registration Act, not state has not promulgated the declared district and sub-district. Can it be not contrary to that not transfer can be effected? They say transfer of one district to another is impermissible. It's in BMRD area. Is it permissible? Bangalore Ramnagar ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. Why? Because Ramnagar comes in BMRD area. Is it permissible? Not contrary to act. Ramnagar Bangalore ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. That is their policy. Is it permissible? Contrary to not Registration Act. We have pleaded it. Tribunal says we have not pleaded at all. Therefore, we will not consider it.
Other points?
Not judgment of the my lord is well versed with this.
We are not well versed in anything.
I'm sure, my lord.
Only here, every day on daily basis, perhaps hourly basis, we make our value addition.
Then I don't read the judgment, lord. Samchit Singh, my lord, is well versed constitutional judgment where
Abhishek
Lord,
Singh.
yes, Lord. Para 48 and 57. If cabinet is the power to take decision, even to extend also, it should go to cabinet, according to me. That is what the Samshir Singh page for para 48 says. In the case of Lord, removal of a subordinate judge in that case, it was examined. Para 48, Lord, is the Lord Supreme Court says, unless delegation is there, Lord, it cannot be. They say, Lord, Chief Minister is authorized by the cabinet to extend time. Is it permissible? Para 48.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮರುರಾಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಯಾರ ಅವ್ರು. Subsequently, Maruram said, Governor is the shorthand for the state government. President is the shorthand for the central government.
Yes.
Therefore, whenever governor should do ಅಂದಾಗ state government should do ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡತ್ಲಾಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ.
The business transaction rule is mandatory. Allocation is mandatory. That is what they say. Question is now 30-10-24 cabinet is said yes. Can it be extended by the chief minister? They say, Lord, cabinet authorizes chief minister to extend time. Is it permissible under Lord business allocation transaction rules? Is the question.
ಈಗ ನೋಡೋಣ what Mr. Rajgopal also will say. ಹೇಳಿ.
And one more judgment, Lord. Only transfer must be made equivalent cater anta. Last decision. ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಅವ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ ಈಗ?
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. Contrary to the Lord, sub-registrar is transferred as a senior sub-registrar.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಈಗ. 109 ಜನರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಿಮ್ ಹತ್ರ. ನಾವಿದ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಧ್ವನಿ ನಮಗ್ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಸು, many learners come to many courts. This is also one such court.
31st July 2024 was the last date for transfer under the policy applicable
That was extended up to 31/10.
I have something else to say. It was extended only for this purpose, this policy only, not as a general rule. As a general rule, under the policy that is applicable to every other cadre in the state, 31st July 2024 was the last date.
31st July 2024.
And that policy also said, my lords, after the transfer period, which ends on 31st of July 2024, when could be the, in respect of what type of cases the transfers could be made? Because my lords asked, what happens if that deadline is over? Policies right from the year 2013 has provided for that.
The transfer year ಅಂತಾನೆ.
Transfer year ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Transfer period ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. After the end of transfer period, suppose a dire need arises to effect a transfer. When can a dire need arise? When there are serious allegations against a civil servant, choice before the government is either to suspend him or to transfer him. In such case, to visit the employee with a lesser evil, transfer is permissible. Second is, my lords, a person who is holding a post, he is dismissed, or he ceases to be in the cadre, maybe by promotion.
Vacancy arises.
Vacancy arises, which has to be filled up urgently in public interest. In such cases, you can transfer. Like this, my lords, 2 or 3 circumstances the policy itself has identified. And if unseasonal transfers become necessary because of those specified circumstances, specified exigencies, it shall be done with the previous approval of the Chief Minister for reasons recorded in writing. Now, let me forget about the policy they introduced for this category of persons on 30th September 2024. Right or wrong, we are in middle of December. If they have tolerated these sub-registrars and senior sub-registrars in Bangalore for
For so many years, according to them, 8 to 10 years, these people are working. To contradict which I have no data. Can they not tolerate them for another 5 months until the end of the academic year? That is one.
ಈ transfer year period ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ,
Yes, my lords.
unless their cases fall into exceptions,
Yes, my lords.
they cannot be disturbed.
They
ಅನ್ನೋದು
cannot
ನಿಮ್ಮ
be
ವಾದ.
transferred.
Learned Senior Advocate Mr. P.S. Rajgopal, appearing for the petitioners in WP number so and so, submits that it is the very policy of the state that normally transfers shall not be done beyond the period specified in the transfer guidelines.
That is 30th June. Then they have extended it up to.
That is before, on or before 30th June of every year, every concerned year.
Yes, ma'am.
Concerned year. Semicolon. The transfer guide policy identifies a few exceptions to this norm.
That is, my lords, in lieu, when transfer is ordered in lieu of suspension.
That is paragraph
5 of the
paragraph 5 of 2013 or 2024.
2024
Paragraph 5 of
guidelines dated
2024 transfer
25/6/2024.
guidelines. Semicolon. Therefore, a wholesale transfer beyond the cutoff date, that is, which is elongated to 31/7/2024,
Yes, my lords.
is unsustainable.
Secondly, my lords, I am not going by technicalities like allocation of business rules or transfer. Substantially, what 25/6/2024 says is, this policy will not be applicable.
Unless wherever there is separate set of norms.
Rules, norms ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. Separate act or rules.
Every act enacts norm only. Anyway, we are not on.
Yes, no, act or rules ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. In exercise of that power, my lords, there are certain specified categories like medical officers. For them, a separate act and rule has been made. For cadres in forest department, separate rules have been made. For teachers, separate norms have been made. All of them.
Who says this transfer guideline says?
This 25/6/2024 itself says.
Correct. Can it curtail the rule making power? We'll assume that.
Rule
hereafter Parliament shall not make law.
I am not on that. I am not on that. I am not on that. I am on this ground. DPAR is the policy making body. It makes a policy unless, and that policy says, this will be applicable to every cadre except where is covered by separate rule or act. Here by an executive order it has been done, which the tribunal says one executive order can be replaced by another executive order. But that first executive order clearly says this will not be applicable where separate rules or act is made.
How can one executive instrument?
Why? I'll point out.
Coming into force of another executive instrument.
How I'll point out. That directly takes us to the allocation of business rules. In the allocation of business rules, policy making regarding human resource management
with DPAR.
With DPAR. And DPAR, by laying down its policy in the area of business allocated to it, by a decision of the cabinet declares so.
But it has given approval to these policies.
I'll come to that, my lords. There, my lords, because what happened is, my lord said that revenue department can make transfers. I am not questioning their power to make transfer. The point is, what is delegated to revenue department is to effect transfer of servants falling within its jurisdiction, no doubt. But my respectful submission is, rule-making power or policy-laying power in respect of that falls only within the DPAR.
Correct.
DPAR, my lords, now, DPAR has framed the policy. 25/6/2024. In terms of that policy, Revenue Department will transfer its employees. Obviously, DPR cannot transfer its employees or some other department cannot transfer it. Power of transfer, power of dismissal, power of appointment, everything will be with the concerned department. But
Policy as such will be promulgated by some other department.
by the, at the state level, it is DPAR, and at the central level, it is DOPT. These are the two departments, and some states, they call it as General Administration Department. GAD anta kareeತಾರೆ. This policy making power, allocation of business rule does not transfer it to Revenue Department. You may lords take a comprehensive view of the items of business allocated to each department as they are in the allocation of business rules. Making a policy is beyond the scope of the Revenue Department. No, my lords. Now, what happens with this, my lords? It is done with a purpose. Why DPR is designated? Unless a particular cadre is such that it requires a specific special policy because of inadequacy of the general policy, then the policy framing should be in one department to ensure that different departments do not run in different directions. This is the fundamental objective.
Coordination.
There must be uniformity. Of course, in two different departments, we can't say that promotion norms should be same. Eligibility criteria may differ. But last 3 years, adverse remarks apply. Then qualifying service, in one department, it may be 5 years. In another department, it may be 8 years. In some other department, it may be 2 years. That again depends on the work situation of that department. But as a policy, nobody can say that we will not stipulate any minimum requirement at all. As and when the department wants to promote, it will decide. That cannot be the policy. A policy will have to be laid down centrally by a designated ministry. And situational changes required, it can be made. In other department, of course, with the concurrence. Now, kindly take this aspect. There are a few lakhs of government employees. The sub-registrars and registrars, the senior sub-registrars, both of them put together, there are 256 sub-registrars, 109 senior sub-registrars. HQAs are now out of the picture because no HQA is before this court. There were 256 plus 109, it is 265, 365. One submission that I addressed before the tribunal was that these 365 people, if they are to be classified as a miniature class, it will be micro classification, which unless the circumstances are so glaring, should not be resorted to. Now, as teachers, they have segregated as a separate class because there are almost government schools, if we take, there are almost 1 lakh teachers all over the state. And the needs are fairly, we can have a teacher, they have midterm examinations, supplementary examinations, then holidays, there is vacation department. Therefore, even on the basis that it is a vacation department, others are non-vacation departments, it eminently qualifies for a separate look at. But there is no such significant differences in the functions discharged by these two categories, that is sub-registrars and senior sub-registrars, to justify their classification into a miniature separate class. Of course, my lords, if there are circumstances, I don't want to disturb that even one person can constitute a class by himself. But this is not.
That's what we have been taught in law school. Hyderabad, Nizam's wives, they said a law can be applicable to one person because one person constitutes a class. It can be.
Can constitute a class. But this 300 people ಒಂದು separate class ಮಾಡೋದು.
ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಈಗ suppose brother ಈ ಫೇಸ್ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
Please,
ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ,
please.
ಇದನ್ನ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
Please.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ?
Please. Now, as on date, my lords, in terms of the counseling that was held, my lords, totally 90 officers were transferred. My lords, 90 officers, my lords, were identified for transfer. That was on the basis of long-standing. That is, persons who have stayed for more than 5 years out of the last 8 years in BMRD area, persons who have stayed for
ಅಲ್ಲ,
more,
ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು?
please, my lords.
31/10/2024 ಇತ್ತು. 30/10.
30/10.
30/10. ಆ 30/10 ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಈ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇವರ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್.
My argument is it can only be 31/7.
31/7/24 is the
Generally applicable.
ಆ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂದ್ರೆ,
Please.
ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪರ್ಸೂವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಾರ್ನಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಮಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ,
My lords, in fact,
ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಕಲಿತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಎರಡೆರಡು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ಎರಡೆರಡು ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು becomes difficult to the honest official. So you'll assume that Rajgopal's clients and Bhagwat's clients, Mr. Joshi's clients are very honest. And
All of them are honest. They
Yeah.
pay cash only.
Yeah, very honest people. We assume that way.
please.
Anyway,
Lords,
how?
under the general transfer guidelines, April and May was what was identified normally. Even in the
Larger issue ಇದೆ.
Please, my lords.
Larger issue ಏನು?
Please, my lords.
ಕಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ
Please.
ಆ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದ? To my knowledge,
Please, my lords.
because that is the reason why cabinet took that decision.
Let's cut off date for the purpose of the general transfer guidelines.
Yes.
First, we had issued a general transfer guidelines. Apart from the general transfer guidelines, if my lords notice, we have act and rules for several other departments, which are.
ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವನು?
Please, my lords, what we did was, we have identification was based on the length of service. That is a long standing.
That's all right.
No.
We are asking you.
Please, my lords.
ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದಾವ?
And
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ
so
ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆ complaints?
counseling was done on the basis of, my lords, priority was given for person who has got less Ds will be the top person who chooses. Everybody, my lords, has departmental link.
ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಾರ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Complaints,
ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು.
specific complaints. No.
About our current behavior.
ತರ್ಸ್ಬೋದು. I can get the information because that was not, my lords, that had not come up before either the tribunal. It's coming up for the first time. I can get and show in case there is anything. I don't know as of now, my lords. I'm to take instruction on the complaints. But in so,
ಲಾರ್ಜರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ.
lords, I would put it this way.
The policy making body. That's the reason why that department is created. So that they will lay down the policy, rules, transfers, all the. It is 32. Taken approval of the DPR. See, you say
Please, my lords.
that you have taken the approval of DPAR
Please, my lords.
under the general transfer guidelines,
Please, my lords.
which empowers the DPR to grant such approval.
Lords,
Because
there was no need
the
for.
policy.
Please.
If there was no need, why did you take approval?
Lords, it was my lords, we had issued a notification earlier where we had not issued there was a cabinet decision, my lords, for the purpose of these reforms, for the purpose of the transfer in respect of the three cadres. Now, my lords, on the basis of that, a notification was issued by the state government, whereby we notified the officers, my lords, who will be eligible for transfer without notifying a comprehensive policy. They went before the administrative tribunal, and my lords, there, my lords, it was we had given legal advice that without framing a comprehensive policy, only by virtue of a notification, you could not have issued you should first issue a comprehensive policy in terms of the government order. In view of the fact, my lords, that in the earlier round of litigation, a contention was taken with regard to DPR, we had advised, send it to DPR, get their approval also.
No, not like that.
But
It's
I
not
will put it,
question of approval. DPR should have, under the extant policy.
it does not have, my lords. I would demonstrate in a matter of 2 minutes, if my lords take the schedule, that DPAR has jurisdiction only in respect of the officers, my lords, over which it has jurisdiction. But if, my lords, what happens is, if it is a question, my lords, of affecting multiple departments, then, my lords, instead of one department doing it, DPAR, my lords, will do it because it's a Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms.
The very, how the administration structure should be formed.
Please, my lords.
Is a matter relating to the policy, and over that, only DPR alone has got jurisdiction,
Kindly see, my lords,
competence.
the allocation of business rules for a minute. Lords, Bhagwat sir.
Otherwise, the very purpose of establishing a Department of Personnel and Administrative Affairs,
Please.
that will be defeated. The very object of
Please.
why Britishers did that was to lay down the guidelines, because many departments are there in the government. All they should function in cooperation and coordination with each other.
Please.
And the DPAR is an model department actually, so far as service conditions,
Please.
service affairs are concerned.
Please.
They lay down the policy. Once they lay down the policy saying, unless there is a statute or a rule, you have to follow these guidelines. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ provision which
Unless
Mr. Rajgopal read that, Bhagwat also read that.
What it reads is, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ if there is an act and rule, it does not say.
ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡವಾ ಅಂತ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ. It says that in the event
That
there
will be illogical.
in the event there is an act or a rule, then that will apply ಅಂತ.
In the event means,
Please,
in the event there is act or rule,
please.
in the event the act or rule
Can be
coming
made
into
future also.
coming into existence
Please.
also.
Because the
Even
existing
subsequent
laws have.
ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ,
Please.
ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನವರಿಗೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ನೀವು,
ಹೌದು.
ಇವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು,
ಹ್ಮ್.
ಆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು,
ಹೌದು.
ಆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂಥವನ್ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಟಿವ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿನೇ ಹಂಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವೇನ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದೇವೆ ನಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಇವು ಇಷ್ಟಿದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಅಂದಾಗನೇ ಒಂದು ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದ. ನಾವೇ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ what other citizens will
My lords,
suffer.
I had my own problem in getting khata of my office building transferred into
Oh,
my
we
name.
don't believe that. All officers are at your beck and call.
I have such a problem.
You are
ಕಡೆಗೆ
the best influencer of these officers.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಾಜಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ
Why
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
don't
ಯಾರ್ಗ-
I could not get it done. Then
But,
another customer of mine,
But actually, I tell you,
another client helped me out
Public-
to get it done.
public, that way it will happen to you.
ಅಲ್ಲ
But
ದಟ್
to us it will not
ಅವ್ರು
happen.
ಬಂದು ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಡದಿರ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ
ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. Anyway, such humor is also necessary.
Please.
We are nothing, we are entitled to, we are entitled to have our own fantasies also along with truth. Fact is another thing. Anyway, because many will be saying they should not gather an impression. All sub-registrars do not work at all. Or some of the sub-registrars, they work for consideration. These things we should not say something like that. But there is a perception. There is a perception, public perception, that there are few departments where a common man cannot go without a purse. That money himself may use it for his own purpose is another thing. That perception is there. But left to ourselves, our heart is with you. But he is eating our head. As between heart and head, he means they. As between heart and head, the judges have lesser option. We have lesser option. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಪಾಪ ಒಬ್ರು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಹೇಳಿ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ್ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಿದೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸು ಓದಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಪೂರ ಅವನ ಪರವಾಗಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಹಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡೌಟ್ ನೌ ವೆದರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ರೂಲ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಶುಡ್ ರೂಲ್ ಆರ್ ಗಿವ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೌಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ಅಕ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಕ್ವಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು ಹಂಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಲಾರ್ಜರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ನಾವು ಇವ್ರನ್ನ 5-6 ವರ್ಷ 8 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಟು ಅವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅಗೇನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಬದ್ಲಿ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗೋದು ನಂತರ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗೋದು ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ.
4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ
ಇಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ. ಜೋಶಿ ಪುಟ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಎ ಮೆಸ್. ಭಾಗವತ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸೆಡ್ they have created a mess. Government policy 24/6/2024 or 25/6/2024 policy. ಆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಅಟ್ಮಾಸ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಇನ್ ದೇರ್ ಫೇವರ್ ಅಂತ ಆ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡೌಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿನ್ಸಿಯರಿಟಿ. Policy one. That policy says, unless statute says like, rule says like this, you have to follow our policy. Everybody has to follow the policy. Number 2. Number 3, 31/7/2024 was the cutoff date. That came to be extended by the cabinet by 30/10 through 30/10/2024. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಿರೋದು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಹೋಗಿರೋದು. ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಸೇಡ್ 30/10/2024 and we cannot call the cabinet papers and ask them why you took this. That is barred under the constitution. There is an article.
Privilege. What advice the cabinet? What advice the cabinet tenders?
Records from the cabinet ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು article ಇದೆ. Which article I don't know. Any one of you may tell us. There is such an article.
R.K. Jain is the authority. R.K. Jain. 3-judge judgment says.
No, article itself says, court shall not call cabinet papers ಅಂತ ಒಂದು article ಇದೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ some article which you have taken from Irish constitution. Anyway, ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನೀವು ಎನ್ಮಾಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ನಂತರ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ನ ಸಬ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್. ಮೇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವಿಡ್ರಾನ್ ಇಟ್ is true. That is much later, but that withdrawal will militate against your stand which you have taken before the coordinate bench. The coordinate bench agreed with you because you said that you will do like this. Adan undo ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ unceremoniously.
Even otherwise, when a separate cadre has been constituted, let us go by the common sense meaning of the word cadre.
So far as under the department.
Now suggest ಮಾಡೋದು we are just thinking aloud.
Please.
We are not deciding because too many issues ಏನೇನೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಾಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಅದನ್ನ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ವ್ಯೂ ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ದಟ್ ಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ we cannot give effect to our personal views.
Totally agree.
We have to abide by law.
Please.
ಹಂಗಿದೆ ಅದು.
May I just I'll just put it this way. In so far under the Department of Revenue, my lords, we have the Department of Stamps and Registration. in respect of the Department of Stamps and Registration, my lords, we had sought for cabinet. The department wanted to bring about a reformative exercise in tune, my lords, with Kaveri 2, which came about in my lords, June 2023. After that 109 identification in 22 came about. Then, my lords, integration of Khata, integration of land records for the purpose, my lords, of giving it was a reformative exercise as well as citizen-centric, my lords, needs, my lords, in order to reform the system. At that stage, my lords, it was noticed that insofar as BMRDA region, that is Bangalore Urban, Rural, my lords, and Ramnagara, out of these 3 districts, BMRDA districts, there are officers of long-standing, and in the 10 municipal corporations, officers of long-standing are there. So, my lords, as a matter of policy, my lords, we took it before the cabinet whether we could frame a separate my lords, guided counseling process whereby we will counsel it. It is not that I'm transferring it, my lords, behind their back. I am putting it to counseling. But, my lords, for the purpose of identification, when I sent it as a proposal to the cabinet, it was, my lords, for the entire department. Cabinet, my lords, consciously said that it shall be for 3 cadres, that is sub-registrar, senior sub-registrar, and headquarters assistant. Sub-registrar is a C, group C, senior sub-registrar is group B, and headquarters assistant, my lords, is group A. All 3, my lords, though even a headquarters assistant is a group A officer, he was functioning, my lords, as a registration officer. So based on these things, my lords, we identified. So at the end of the day, my lords, this policy is a one-time measure which is affecting 90 officers, which we had identified, my lords, who are staying for more than 5 years in the last 8 years in BMRDA region, or for more than 4 years in the last 5 years in 10 municipal corporations. It is about bringing them out, and the persons who will come in are only those persons who have not worked in BMRDA region, my lords, who have not worked for the last 5 years out of the 8 years, or last 4 years out of the 5 years in those corporation areas. So, my lords, that was the policy. Initially, my lords, when we notified the policy, matter went before the KAT. There was an order not to precipitate, my lords. Finally, we withdrew that notification. We issued a fresh comprehensive government order. Now, cabinet, my lords, the timeline that is fixed under the general transfer guidelines, my lords, usually it says in the month of April and May. But then thereafter, my lords, it was extended till 31/7. That is also, my lords, a date, my lords, which was extended again with the approval of the cabinet. Now, my lords, cabinet again approves it for insofar as these cases are concerned till 31/10. And, my lords, in view of the court cases, court said further extension shall be at the discretion of the chief minister. Chief minister is authorized, my lords, by the cabinet to extend the time because matter was pending, my lords. In fact, I could have conducted counseling, my lords. My lords permitted us to go ahead with the counseling 4 days before that. Thereafter, there were 3 holidays, my lords, on account of festival holidays. And I made a submission, my lords, that we will hold the counseling on Monday because people from outstation have to come. We are holding a physical counseling. Therefore, it was on 4th. Thereafter, my lords, there has been a extension, my lords, by the Honorable Chief Minister, my lords, for the time. Time, my lords, cabinet itself had decided that time can be extended because of court cases, not because of anything else. From the time, my lords, we issued the first notification, that is in the month of July.
ನಾವು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ತಾವು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ.
Next tribunal did not say so.
No. My lords, they permitted us to go ahead with the counseling, but they should not be disturbed from the pleasant place of work ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ.
Correct.
So the next 3 days, my lords, were government holidays.
ಈ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ?
Counseling ಆಯ್ತು. Counseling, my lords, I just wanted to place on, just pass on, my lords, that we had total transferred officers, my lords, were 90 as on the date of the counseling. Out of that, my lords, 56 officers have been relieved already. After the dismissal of the petition, we issued a notification asking them to go and take charge. 34 officers have not yet been relieved, maybe who are before this honorable court, and 24 officers are on joining time and 32 have reported. Now, my lords, 32 have already reported.
ರಿಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು.
Please, my
ಇನ್ನು
lords.
ಉಳಿದವರಿಗೆ ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
Please, my lords.
ಅದನ್ನ ರೀಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಡೇ ತನಕ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
Please, my lord, that's, my lords, I get what, my lords, it has to be a workable solution for this reason. Suppose, let us assume, my lord, some person has relieved himself and is in joining time in terms of the KCSR. Status quo means perpetually, like they say.
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಏನೋ ಒಂದು
ಅಂತ ಶಬ್ದ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋದೇ ಬೇಡ.
ಅದೇ. So,
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ
please, my lord,
ಅವರಿಗೆ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್.
can I just pass on this?
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ.
Please,
ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನು ರಿಲೀವೇ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
please, my lord.
ಅವರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಒಂದು 10 ದಿವಸ 15 ದಿವಸ 15 ರೀಓಪನಿಂಗಿಗೆ ವಿಚ್ ಎವರ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್.
Please. Lords, I will leave it to the court.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
As a
ನೀವು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ.
ಅದೇ,
ಬೇರೆ
There is one disregard, my lord, once of
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ
relieve ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಅವರನ್ನ
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಯಾರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ.
at the time when we moved, my lords, Friday, nobody had been relieved of the petitioners
ಅದೇ.
here. Some of them have
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Anybody
That
who
will
has
be
been-
all subject to outcome of the.
Anybody who had not been relieved by Friday, my lordship, because what happens is, second
Government also
Saturday,
has to
Sunday,
work there.
May I make one submission, my lord? My lord, no one is relieved, my lord. The transferred sub-registrars have taken, they have taken, they have assumed the charge, my lord.
No, ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. We'll hear the matter
Assumption of charge.
on reopening day. We'll hear them. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲ,
We have heard learned senior advocates appearing
my
for the
lords,
petitioner.
may, ತಾವು ಹೇಳು.
ಹೌದು, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ತಾವು ಏನು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರೋ ಅದು ಕೊಡಿ.
ಹಾ, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಆಫೀಸಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಕೆಲವು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ, ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಇದು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್. ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆದವರಿಗೂ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರಿಗೂ. ಸಪೋಸ್ ನಾವು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು.
Please, my lords, even can make that observation.
Ah.
In fact, I wanted to make one submission
Yes.
that, my lords, there could be a contingency where a person is already relieved and, my lords, another person is, the person, my lords, who is not relieved has to go and take a posting there. So my respectful submission, my lords, is that in case, my lords may also say that in the event they succeed, status quo ante will be restored. As a matter of fact, let them go and report, my lords, for some time, because
At amongst who is not yet relieved,
please, my lord.
ಅವನನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಇದ್ರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ.
My lords, I'll just pass on the statistics just for a moment. Court of.
ಕೊಡಿ.
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ವೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ.
Please, my lord, I will leave it to the court.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಹಾ, ಇವನ್ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಹೋಗಿ ಅವನನ್ನ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಯೆಟ್ ರಿಲೀವ್ಡ್.
Proceeding very 2 days, my lord. 2 days, my lord. In fact, we moved at the end of the list that day. Not kindly Friday. Then Lord, Monday. Today is a Monday. Was the proceeding very to Lord,
ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೆಮೊ ತೊಳಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದು,
ನಾವು ಮೆಮೊ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವ್ರದಿಂದ.
On that day itself, my lords, what had happened was Tuesday, my lords, order was passed, and it was pronounced, my lords, in the afternoon. My lords, we issued the notification, my lords, late in the day. Thereafter,
32 ಜನ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು.
34%.
32 ಜನ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ 32.
32 have reported.
ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಲಿ. ಉಳಿದವ್ರು ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇಡಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗಿ ಉಳಿದವ್ರನ್ನ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
That's why I passed.
ಅವಾಗ that amounts to agreeing with your contention. Friday ಏನೇನಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊತಾರೆ mostly.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
But we don't want to treat this matter as parted. Mr. Patil appears for whom?
The enforcer of the petition.
ಈ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯೂ?
The murder as on Friday should be the
Thursday.
time, I mean, the matter when we
Move
move.
the memo.
But Thursday we moved. Friday may not, there was no sitting because different bench.
Correct.
I was with Justice Nagprasan.
Yes, my lord.
ಮಂಡೇ
We moved.
ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾವೊಂದು ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಟ್ರಿ.
ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಯಾವ ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ
ಬೇಡ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತಾನೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು
Nothing else.
ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೇಳಿದಿರ್ತಾವು. can we not restore the position ಅಂತ.
As on 11 Telugu. 11.
several we have heard ಬೇಡ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. Several questions of law relating to transfer jurisprudence have cropped up in these matters, and they require due consideration at the hands of roster bench. First up, we have two cutoff dates. One dated 31/7/2024 and the elongation of the same up to 30/10/2024, comma, both admittedly fixed by the cabinet decisions. First. The intent, the transfers in question obviously would transcend the elongated date also. First off. In view of the above, comma, we make the following order by way of interim arrangement and subject to outcome of these challenges. Colon. The 32 officers who have been already relieved from their respective offices and have reported for duty in the corresponding offices are not given immediate protection, since affording such protection would come in the run of administration. First option. For all other officers who are before the court, comma, protection needs to be given and they shall not be disturbed till next date of hearing by the roster bench. First, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆದವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ?
Please, my lords. Now, out of 56 relieved, my lords, 32 have reported.
ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಅದೇ.
ಈಗ 32, 56 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ 24 The 24 officials who have been formally relieved from their offices shall be reinstated in the very same offices till next date of hearing. But ನಾವು against ಇದ್ವಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂತದ ಏನೇನೋ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನಿವೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೊಡಿ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಯ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ call all these matters along with each other. All.
One more repetition is.
ಇನ್ನು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಏನೋ 3 ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು.
Lords, we have the list of the 32 officers. We'll just place it along with the memo. Otherwise, tomorrow there should be a dispute that ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. We'll place it by afternoon.
The 32 officers list is furnished by the learned AAG to avoid any confusion as to who those officials are. Okay. All.
Please, I'll just furnish it.
This is the advantage of hearing. Otherwise, we go by our emotions. Actually, when we read the papers, we are dead against all this. But there are issues to be considered. ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ವೈಟ್ ವಾಶ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. Ultimately, perhaps you will have to go is another thing. Image ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ. Very strong.
Those of us who have completed that, we have to go. Cannot say that. It's only.
They cannot hold on to.
They cannot hold on that. There is no dispute at all.
Endlessly, ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು post ಗೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ಹೋಗು.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ to speak truth. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ತಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬೇಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ
ಆಯ್ತು ಇದು ಕೊಡಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ.
Yes.
Grateful.
Okay.
I'll furnish that list.
Worry. We appreciate your tenacity of facing all these stalwarts. Even then you did something. Yes.
Grateful.
This is a case where your lordship had granted a stay. The matter pertains to transfer of deputy directors.
Entry ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಏನು?
ಹೌದು. They have filed a vacating of stay.
After vacation. ಎಲ್ಲಿ?
There is no reporting.
Transfer has taken place. Before the tribunal, my lord, he ordered notice. By that time, I had been relieved from Bangalore. I have reported in Belagavi. Thereafter, Lord, interim order has been granted.
My lords, the reporting has not happened, my lord.
The stay order is granted. Now I have relieved from Bangalore. Reported in Belagavi.
You have already reported for
No, my
duty.
lords, may I place on record? I am on duty now in Belagavi. In the even the session which is going on. What happened was, After this order, impugned order came, I was not in duty. I had gone on leave. At that time, he may have gone, but there was no handing over of charge. So once now handing over of charges, even the paper that they put, now he has come back and he is holding here only. He's not in Belgaum at all. He's not in Belgaum at all. And he wants to be permanently in Belgaum. That is what I have presented. For 8 years, continuously he has been sitting there. And now when I am
So being in
disturbed,
Bangalore, Belgaum, how long? How many years?
more than 8 years.
Huh?
More than 8 years.
Tenure in Belgaum. He is posted to Bangalore, I am posted to Belgaum. He has completed his tenure of 2 years.
2 years? No, how many years your client is in Belgaum?
Belgaum, Lord, I am not there in Belgaum at all. Now I am posted to Belgaum.
Well, it's March 2024. From up to 2022, he is in Belgaum.
2 years.
8 years.
8 years.
8 years he is in Belgaum.
Yavaginda.
2000, I put the entire details. Kindly come to page. Post may be different. I'm talking of the state. Kindly see page 10.
Under the revised transfer guidelines, it's the place now.
My lords, under the revised guideline, your lordship has held here, my lords, a single bench has clearly held. If you are doing it after the general transfer period, you should kindly come to page 10.
Page 10.
Page 10. Ink page 10. Second respondent was posted in Belagavi between 5/11/2014 to 2018. Then from 18 to 19, again Belagavi town as deputy director. Then between 2019 to 22, he was posted as deputy director of agriculture fertilizer. That is also in Belgaum. What he is saying is, I was sitting in Belgaum between 2019 and 22, but I had a bigger range in my control. I was also traveling. Therefore, that cannot be considered as Belgaum. Again, he repeatedly wants to go back.
Post this matter immediately after vacation. Yes.
The interim order may continue.
Interim order to continue.
So great.
Okay. And the other one, date choose my.
Third week. Second week, tumba matter, sir.
Second week. ಯಾವ date ಹೇಳಿ ಅದೇ date ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ. On the reopening day.
My lord, kindly.
Will not be there.
Tumba matters ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ. I'm very much there.
In
That
the
first week is so.
on any day in the second week of
Please.
January.
Then second week. Great.
Yes. Yes.
Suspension of Deputy Commissioner of Excise at Mandya, my lord.
Suspension.
What happened is this, my lord.
On what ground?
On the ground that, my lords, there was a audio clip played by some TV channels in which, according to the clip produced by the complainant or the license applicant's son, Inspector and Deputy Commissioner of Excise have demanded bribe for ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. What has happened is this, notes. It appears the Inspector of Excise returned the application 4 times on various grounds. 5th time when it came, he accepted it and he has sent it to the Deputy Superintendent of Excise. The file is yet to reach the Deputy Commissioner. I am the Deputy Commissioner. Then, my lords, even without any contemplation of the inquiry, in contemplation of inquiry, they can place me under suspension. I have no doubt about it. ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಜುಗರ ಆಗಿದೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಲಿಪ್ ವಾಹಿನಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿತ್ತರಗೊಂಡಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಗಿವನ್.
Where is that order?
Order is at page 54. The reason is at page 56, second paragraph.
Why for the first 3 times you had
Not me, my lords, the inspector, he is in the separate office. He had, once the form was not in accordance with the law. Then the second time, the date and the dates did not tally. Third is, my lords, instead of swearing in the affidavit that development provisions of the new code, he had on the old code. ಅವರು ಹೇಳೋದೇನೆ it has come, it is at the deputy superintendent of excise with the same alerts that.
Not before me, not before. Post before other bench after taking necessary orders from Honorable the Chief Justice.
It will be only
For a bench not comprising KSDs. Okay. All right. Next,
Good, my lords, expedite it, my lords.
at the earliest. Okay. RFA 2012, 2021. Okay. Yes, brother Srinivasan. Any-
My lords, the advocate on the record is met with an accident.
Oh.
So, no, I have prepared it. If your lordships allow me, I can finish up this. Only in Form 32 of the Companies Act, that stands on that.
ಏನಾಗಿದೆ?
Here, my lord, the petitioner herein was the director of the third respondent company from period of 93 to.
Order, no?
The impugned order is to issue NBW by the State Consumer Forum, my lords.
What is the compliance required?
I have already filed, I retired as a director of the respondent company, my lord.
When
The
did you
respondent number
retire?
3.
When did you-
In the year 97 itself.
Did you inform the ROC?
Yes, my lord, I have
Show
filed
that-
form
show that.
32, I have filed
Show that.
annexure C, my lords. I have given paper notification annexure D. In page 105, my lords. 103 is the original
Here is your
copy. type.
intimation to ROC.
Yes, my lords.
Form 32 have you given?
Yes, my lord. Page number 103, annexure C, my lord. That is the original one, which is not clear. So I put a typed copy in 105, my lord.
Changes have happened.
Yes, yes, my lords. Even Form 23 also I have filed.
Issue emergent notice, stay, interim order as prayed for till next date of hearing. 97 data. What, why you are a consumer, Mr. Nagarajappa? Brother, what is this happening? ROC has effected the changes in 97, he has retired. You want to arrest him? From the company, he has retired in 1997. What is this happening? Just matters ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿದು.
Much obliged.
ಹೇಳಿ.
My lords, the connected matter, there are some office objections which are there. And that's a suit for partition. This is for declaration. The parties are different in the connected matter.
ಯಾವುದು?
The connected matter.
22.1.
Yes, 22.1.
ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ.
ಬೇರೆ.
Separate ಮಾಡೋಣ. It is unanimously submitted at the bar that RFA 934 of 2013 is not associatable with RFA 449 of 2012. And therefore, registry is direct to dissociate them from each other. All right. After vacation, Barley?
Please, my lords.
Call after vacation.
I am appearing for the respondent.
22.1 dalli steps to be taken. Steps ತಗೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. Steps to. And objections to be addressed. Okay. Well, immediately in Parkobe, addressed immediately. Okay. 23.
Appearing for appellant in this case, kindly pass over the matter. We have engaged in that.
Urgent matters ಇದಾವ application ತಗೊಂಡ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ.
ನನ್ನ ಫಾದರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ 1/4 ಬರ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
Immediately ಮಾಡಿ.
ನಾವು ವರ್ಚುವಲಿ 28 ₹1 1/4 ಬರ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. Every time they one or another reason they will seek, and even it was last.
First, immediately after vacation.
Make a date, ನಾನು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಡೇಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೀವು 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ
Second,
how can you withhold it? No, you want second order.
in the second week of January 2020. Date ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು it will be very, may not be proper for us. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ second week of January. Second week ಇದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಇದೆ ಈಗ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವೀಕ್. Second week of any day, second week of January. Okay. Yeah.
Seeking closure of this RFA.
Closure of RFA.
For this reason, my lord, during pendency of these proceedings, I had filed a writ petition before the learned single judge and sought for necessary directions of mandamus, considering my representation for allotment of an alternate site.
Right.
If I am not able to vacate the unauthorized occupants in the suit scheduled property. Accordingly, my lord, there is an order passed on 12th July 2022.
Infructuous ಆಗಿದೆ.
Infructuous andre I am not pressing this appeal ಅನ್ನೋದು.
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Learned counsel appearing for the appellant.
For respondent one in this.
In terms of learned single judge's order dated 12 July 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In
WP 9833.
the appellant's WP number 9833 of 2022, he does not press the appeal and the same be accordingly disposed of. Full stop. Any objection from your side? Mr. Rajaram appearing for the respondents.
Appear for respondent one in this case, my lords.
1 and 3. Learned advocates appearing for the respondents signify their consent for the grant of, for disposing of this matter in view of the said submission. First, ordered accordingly and appeal is disposed of.
Obliged.
Much obliged.
Yes, Mr. Gupta. CAT, you 2016 matters. Call this matter immediately after vacation to enable counsel for the petitioner to come and argue. Yes. In Pramodidu?
Unauthorized absence, 3 ವರ್ಷ unauthorized absence.
3 years. ಬರ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಮ್ಮ ಸೇಮ್ ಮಾಡು to enable counsel for the petitioner to come and argue in the 3rd week of January. Amen. That was. What's the urgency?
Urgency is that notes, recovery order has been passed notes for of 6,62,500.
6 lakh.
6,62,000. Now he faced an inquiry notes and the inquiry report was submitted by saying that the charges approved. Notes, I assailed the same notes before the KSAT and the KSAT also confirmed the same notes. Notes, he is retired notes in the year 2015. Though notes he has taken up notes all the pension benefits notes, pension has been not been fixed upon. That's the reason of this.
So I could not read papers. ನಾನು after vacation ಅವೇವೋ ಎಂತೆಂತದೋ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ color after vacation.
All that notes I consented note that though notes now he is physically handicapped also. Let the recovery be partly notes recovered, not subject to result of this petition. Again, it's 15 he has not taken notes of pension. Notes recovery order has been passed upon. Not there is no step notes though it was considered by saying that the records have become.
ಎಷ್ಟು ರಿಕವರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ?
ಇನ್ನು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Free the pension notes bank, he has got an SBI bank in the Elburga that has been freezed upon. Therefore notes is unable to withdraw notes. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ recovery ಮಾಡಿ.
ಫ್ರೀಜರ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರಾ?
ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಮಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್.
Respondent number 1. State government.
ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ರಿಕವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಪೂರಾ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ರಿಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ರೈಡರ್ ನ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮೋರ್ ದನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ರಿಕವರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್.
That's what the letter minutes
6,62,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ.
ಹೌದು.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ?
ನಮಗೆ according to me him minutes it is 18,000 rupees now as of now minutes. after this.
Correct, recover madri, recovery ide. But he should be allowed to hold his body and soul together. Recovery ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೂರ recovery ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ
ಪೂರ
ಬರ್ತದೆ
ರಿಕವರಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ?
ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಆರ್ಡರ್ 21 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ ನಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವು ರಿಕವರಿ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಿ ಆಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಕೆಲಸ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೆಂಗ್ ರಿಕವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ 21 ಅನ್ನ ವಯೋಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ?
ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಒಂದ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇನೋ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಅಷ್ಟಾದ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಸ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಿಕ್ಯಾಪ್. ಅವ್ರು ಸಡನ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಮಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 2015ರಿಂದ
ಮಿಸ್ಅಪ್ರೋಪ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಿಕ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮಿಸ್ಅಪ್ರೋಪ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್.
ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡ್ಸ್ ವಿಡ್ರಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾರ್ಷಿಯಲಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
214A recovery. Recovery is provided under 214A. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಿ ರಿಕವರಿ?
ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್
ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅದು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರಿಕವರಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ?
That amounts to taking away the means of livelihood unless you show that he has other income ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. Arguably, we don't know. But policy, our understanding is you cannot recover more than 1/3 of this one or an amount in excess of which will reduce the living wages below the living wages limit ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಆರ್ಡರ್ 21 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ.
Execution of execution, same policy may be there. Correct. ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಗೆ call this matter immediately after vacation.
Even earlier the order was passed upon to government to verify notes whether same as done or not.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ we can come to your aid. Okay.
Policy recovery that is enunciated in order 21.
Please
rule.
But order 21 says that is in respect of the execution proceedings in any other degree put into execution.
Please.
But it says there is some rider in respect of the
Pensions. The same policy may be applicable.
Same policy may be applicable because, but it is here, it is the employee and employer
relationship.
In that regard, how it operates.
And that's the reason notes I considered for final disposal itself. Then notes since the delay has happened, note that I thought fit note that let the partial amount pension be withhold for this execution.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಇದೆ?
ಅಲ್ಲ 2015
ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಾನೆ.
36/2015 notes he retired. 9 years ago.
Immediately after vacation. Please ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬರಿ. ಆಯ್ತು.
Please.
There is such a judgment by Justice Shyam Sundar has written very beautiful judgment. Though he comes from his lordship hailed from civil law. He has written one judgment. Very beautifully he has written. Yes. Please.
I don't date be fixed.
In the second week of January, immediately after vacation. Okay. 29.
I'm appearing for the petitioner, my lord.
Ah.
In this case, my lord, petitioner is the in-charge secretary for the Chelkere APMC, my lord, only for the period of 3 months, my lord. In that 3 months, my lord, what has happened, my lord? Old secretary who's before secretary as a, I'm apologizing, my lord. Before secretary, my lords, identify the land. This is the land for the identification of the land for, my lord, the construction of the Amalis ಹಾಗೆ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಜಾಬ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್, ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್. ಅದು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ದೆನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ ಮೀ ದ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್, ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅ ಅಗ್ರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓನರ್ಸ್, ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್. Then this petitioner made only agreement, my lord. He is worked only for the 3 months as an in-charge secretary, my lord. That is period of 27/11/2002, 16/2/2001. He worked as an in-charge secretary, my lord. In his period.
Requires consideration. Your book itself runs into about 300 pages, 325 pages. Requires consideration. Let us small idre adara tagobodu. Entry order is there.
Interim orders.
Yes.
It may be updated, my lord.
Small matter we would have taken, even if there is interim order. Short matters, we can take up. Anyway,
Interim order may be extended.
interim
my lord.
order to continue.
Much-
Jayana,
Stopgap employee in postal department.
other day you argued that, but the latest decision, Justice Oka Saibru judgment ಬಂದಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗನ ಎಷ್ಟಿದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು.
My lord, even rules provides, my lord, the displaced or discharged ED employees is to be
ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಏಜೆಂಟ್
agency.
ಇಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಓಕಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರದ್ದು, ಅದ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ನಿಮ್ ಪರವಾಗಿರೋ ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಓಕಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಸೇ that the EDA should be treated in a particular way. You cannot unceremoniously remove them ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ. ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದದ ನೋಡಿ ಓಕಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು.
Even rules provides, my lord, they used to put, please.
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗೋದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Please.
Yes.
Can you date?
ನೋಡಮ್ಮ, ಥರ್ಡ್ ವೀಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಜನವರಿ.
First week it is.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವೀಕ್ ರಜೆ ಇದೆ.
Second.
All right, second week of January. Yes, 30.
For the petition.
7 years ಆಗಿದೆ ಏನಾದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ?
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್
ಟೈಮ್ ಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದಾ?
ಇವ್ರ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ ಕೇಸ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡಿ.
Please. My lord,
Departmental inquiry is pending, my lord. As such, DPC will not be applicable.
my lord, the charge memo, my lord, was issued on 16/7/2022.
16/7/2022.
Charge memo. But the seniority list was already ready, my lord, by 17/6/2022. The incident is of the year 2015 and 16.
2015, 16, 16/7/22.
Please, my lord.
Is that the charge memo?
16/7/2022 is a charge memo.
Correct.
But he was eligible as per seniority list, my lord, of DPC 17/6/2022.
17/6/2022. ಇದು 16/7/22 ಇದೆನೋ?
ಹೌದು.
Covered by judgment ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಹೌದು. Covered by judgment, my lord, Jankiram case and as well as Lordship Justice Krishna Kumar's case, my lord.
Subsequently issue ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
Yes, my lord.
Allowed.
Great.
Finish. Reasons to fall.
My lord, item
Covered by-
31, next matter.
Ah.
There is no urgency, lordship may have it after vacation.
After vacation you want?
Yes.
Uh,
Item 31.
Please,
50, 60, 51.
31.
Got it. Perfect. All right. All right.
Great.
Okay. Rajgopal, why are you sitting?
Sir, 34 ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದು after vacation ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎರಡು ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ಕೇಳಕ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ವಾ? 28
ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರ್ದ್ರು
ಏನ್ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ? ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಇದು? ಇದೆ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಗುರುಗಳೇ, ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂನಾ? ಇಷ್ಟು
ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನಾವು ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು have it. ಯಾರ್ದು AG ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದು ಯಾರ್ದು ಇದು AG-ನ AG ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಪಾಪ ಮರ್ತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರು ಡೇಂಜರು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿರಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಹಾ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬುಕ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮುಗ್ದೋಯ್ತು ಹೋಯ್ತದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿರಿ ಸರ್ ನೋಡ್ತೇನೆ
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿ 31 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ
Seal number 2324. 23.
ಆಯ್ತು. ಬಂದದ್ದು? ಹ? ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಯಾವ್ದು? ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
The departmental inquiry. my lord.
Cannot ignore the consideration of the cases. There are such a line of. Anyway, we say that. here.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Are always. Allah, permit them, sign action. Anyway, what is?
Whatever status is there, maybe went.
ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಂತ ತೊಂದರೆನೂ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಆ ಕಾರಣ ಸಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರನ್ನು ರೈನ್ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನು ನೀವು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ವೈ ಡಿ ವರಿ ಬಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಿಲೀವ್.
ಅದು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ವಾಪಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ರಿಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Will not come and assume.
Many aspects. Otherwise, we are not trying to intelligence at all. Now, actually, ಬರುವಾಗ ಜೊತೆ ಬರುವಾಗ we are just thinking cases ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. But because you are so there were many points which we can't cling on to the opinion which we formed. Otherwise, advocacy meaning there. Nam opinion change ಮಾಡೋದು advocacy art which you have done, and to a great extent you have done appreciably. Yeah. Our opinion form ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ cling on ಆಗೋದಿದೆ. No, that is unfair judicial process. We should change our will. It's not that we are writing the will. Even will is emulated, can be changed at any time. Therefore, our opinions we should change if there is a case for that.
Notes, we had undertaken to give the list, notes, that was handed. That's good. Please. Notes, serial number 7. Notes, sake for, we have got instruction just now to take a briefing. Because of the session, notes, there was some delay. They have come with all the instructions, notes. I'll take a briefing tomorrow.
ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾಳೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Please, I'm sorry.
ಎರಡು ಮೂರು ಸರಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ನಮಗೂ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, I get it.
At least he should know where he stands, this
Please.
side or that side.
Please, no, if it was not a sensitive matter, I would not have taken.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕುಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು.
ಇಲ್ಲ, senior ಇದ್ರು, mostly sub register mentioning ಇದ್ರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು
He waited for this case only, perhaps. He said that at 1:30 when.
No, I tried to get ready notes, but.
Anyway,
briefing was not. Please.
Yes. ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಹಿಂಗೆ
I'll finish it.
ಕೇಸ್ ಹಿಂಗಾರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು.
I'll finish it.
ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆಗಿನ.
No, we have got records. We'll just finish.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀಜರ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದು.
I get it.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೀಜರ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಡಬಹುದು. ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು. ಫೇರ್ನೆಸ್. ಜಾನ್ ರಾಲ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಸ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಆಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ ಬರೀತಾನೋ.
No, I've checked that. I'll be able to demonstrate. It 1 month time for us, my lords, to come to this conclusion.
This is a case, my lord. But I was selected and my lord worked for one year. Then my lord, the tribunal set aside on the ground that my lord, the other 2 persons who were interviewed along with me, my lord, they were disqualified. And my lord, the 4th person and a fresh interview was called for.
Cease to exist. Posting could call this matter. Application barely an urgency in. Immediately application, please.
For petition.
Sure, I mean.
Case of surveyor, your lordship, last occasion the matter had come up. He was dismissed from service, my lord, for unauthorized absence. Because, my lord, the wife has initiated several proceedings against the husband, my lord, and he was arrested and all those things. After hearing, my lord was pleased to direct the government advocate whether the post is still available or not. Government advocate was directed to find out, your lordship.
Tribunal note
11 months he was absent, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, medical certificate, my lord, were issued on the last date of his leave, my lord,
last date of
of the leave, my lord. He was absent from 18/2/2009 to 22/9/2009 on first occasion,
18 to
2009.
18 February.
Yes, my lord.
To
22/9/2009. That is for 4 months. Second time, my lord, he was absent from 31/7/2011 to 28/9/2012. That is for 7 months. 11 months.
Wife, she had trouble.
Lord, ಅಲ್ಲಿ NBW issue ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. Just to avoid that, my lord, he was absent. And the manner in which he has given the leave application is not right. It is not in accordance with the KCSR rules, my lord. He has to give the leave application along with the medical certificate.
But medical certificate ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Last date ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅದು
Who will?
like,
Sometimes,
187 of KCSR rules
correct.
prescribes in
Sometimes
which
ಯಾರು
manner they have to give the leave
Very,
application.
very.
my lord.
ಅದು ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಲೆಸ್ ದನ್ ದಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಟೂ ಹಾರ್ಶ್. ಇವನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್
Secured
ಬರ್ತದೆ.
this-
ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಗಂಡ ಬಹಳ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಕೊಡೋನಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ಏನೇನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರ ತಪ್ಪು ಯಾರ ಸಹಿ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೋ ಬಡಿ ಶುಡ್ ಲೂಸ್ ದ ಜಾಬ್. ಈ ಹೆಂಡತಿನೂ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಲು, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತು, ಕುಟುಂಬನೂ ಟ್ರಬಲ್, ವೇರ್ ಈ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ನೀವು ಅದು ಏನು ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ರಾಪ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಮಿಸಲ್. ಡಿಸ್ಮಿಸಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೂ ಹಾರ್ಶ್. ಏನೋ ಮಿಸ್ಅಪ್ರಾಪ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾನೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಹಿಡ್ದಾನೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾನೆ ಬಡದಾನೆ ಇಂತ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೂ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಬೈ ರಿಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಜಾಬ್.
Is it your contention that medical certificate
is false?
Fake?
False ಅಲ್ಲ.
That is not
The manner is,
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ how do
it is false only to avoid the.
Where have you taken up that contention?
where is that?
Sure. Did you verify the issue or person who issued the certificate? ನೋಡಯ್ಯ,
Even that is,
ಬಸ್ತಿದಾನೆ, ಕುಸ್ತಿ ಪೈಲ್ವಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಇದಾನೆ, ನೀನು ಆದ್ರೂ ಇಂಥ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಯಾ? Did you ask them by issuing notice? You have never asked them. There is a presumption, there is a law which says every medical certificate shall be presumed to be true and correct unless contra is shown. If you are doubting, you should have issued notice to the doctor. Hey, doctor, you have issued this certificate falsely, correct? Or not? Have you issued? You should have asked. If issued, why? You could have asked. That exercise you have not taken. Remind ಮಾಡೋಣ less than ಕೊಡಿ. ಲೆಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾರ ಒಂದು ಲೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ. ತೀರಾ ಹಂಗ ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ?
ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ sir.
ಹಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
My responsible submission is, my lord, there is a dearth of appointment of surveyor, my lord, in the entire state. 1,500 vacancies are there.
ಹೌದು.
Thousands of cases have been filed by us, my lord, before this honorable court, seeking direction on behalf of the farmers to survey the property, my lord. Years together, it was not surveyed, your lordship.
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
yes, sir.
Petitioner, then a surveyor working in the office of Assistant Director of Land Records, Kanakpura Taluk, and had remained unauthorizedly absent during 2 spells of period, namely between 18 to 2009 and 22/9/2009, comma, and from 31/7/2011 to 28/9/2011.
12.
12.
That.
12. First. For the said delinquency, he was dismissed from service. Wide order dated 6/12/2018. 6/12/2018. I mean, ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ 6/3/2020 ಏನದು?
The government has passed the order.
Removal order, dismissal from service with effect from 6/3/2020. 20. First. He is application number 4696 of 2021, in which he had laid a challenge to the punishment order, came to be negatived by the Karnataka Administrative Tribunal, wide order dated 8 February 2023. First, next. Learned counsel for the petitioner submits that to err is human, semicolon. Petitioner was away from the seat of job since he was facing some matrimonial problem.
Annexure C, I have produced, my lord, entire family, my lord, 498A, 506.
And some criminal cases were also instituted by his spouse.
Annexure C.
Spouse. Semicolon. Otherwise, comma, he tells us, comma, no reasonable person would remain unauthorizedly absent for such a long period. Semicolon. Job being the only source of livelihood cannot be taken away by the state in an unfair way, comma, fairness being one of the attributes of a welfare state constitutionally ordained, wide Bhupen Hazarika versus State of Assam. First. Next. Learned AGA appearing for the respondents vehemently opposes the petition, contending that unauthorized absence for long period is grievous misconduct, attracting major penalty, semicolon. Allowing such delinquents to remain in employment would spoil the other employees in the co-employment. Courts have always considered unauthorized absence to be a malady having contagious elements. First, once the delinquency is proved, comma, what punishment should be awarded belongs to the domain of the employer stroke competent authority, and therefore the order of the tribunal cannot be faltered. First. So contending, she seeks dismissal of the petition. Next, having heard the learned counsel for the parties and having perused the petition papers, next paragraph. We are inclined to grant a limited indulgence in the matter in as much as no reasonable person in employment would do something whereby his right to continue in employment would stand forfeited. Semicolon. Petitioner has offered some plausible explanation for being absent from duty during the 2 spells mentioned above. Semicolon. We have also noted the submission of learned counsel for the petitioner that several vacancies in the cadre to which the petitioner belongs still remain unfilled, and nothing would happen to the administration should the petitioner be reinstated, and some reasonable punishment is awarded for the proven misconduct.
charges also, my lord, the past 30.
What, you have remained absent and you are arguing so much. Jantadiಲ್ಲ ಏನು? ಏನೋ mercy petition ನಿಮ್ದು. Next paragraph. Ours is a welfare state as constitutionally ordained vide Bhupen Hazarika Supra. Seven. A welfare state has to conduct itself as a model employer. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ವೈಡ್ ಹಜಾರಿಕಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಬೇಡ ವೈಡ್ ಭೂಪೇನ್ ಹಜಾರಿಕಾ. At times, life plays strange games with the liver, with persons. And such a thing appears to have happened in the case at hand. And first, the version of the petitioner that he was facing matrimonial difficulties, which eventually led to criminal proceedings and also his arrest and detention, has not been denied by the other side. First, it is not that the petitioner voluntarily went away from the employment. First, therefore, the state as the model employer could not have taken a sledgehammer to cut the umbilical cord of employment. First up, after all, we have adopted the doctrine of proportionality in the matter of disciplinary proceedings, which mandates that the punishment should accord with the degree, the gravity of the guilt. First up, it is not the case of the other side that the petitioner has misappropriated any money, misused any public property, or that he had misbehaved with the higher ups. First, it is a simple case of staying away from duty, of course, it is also objectionable. First, by any standard, we do not think that the punishment of dismissal from service is proportionate. On the contrary, we are of the considered opinion that it is grossly disproportionate. First, having said this, we cannot undertake the exercise of awarding the punishment which belongs to the domain of the employer, stroke competent authority. First, a host of factors enter the fray of decision making in that regard. First, next, in the above circumstances, this petition is allowed in part. Impugned order of the tribunal having been set at naught, the order of punishment of dismissal from service is set at naught. First, matter is remanded to the portal of Commissioner, to the portal of competent authority for awarding
The Commissioner.
Second respondent for awarding appropriate punishment, which should be short of dismissal from service, removal from service. Other may they say ರಿಮೂವಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅವರು. Removal from service, ordered accordingly. Cost made easy. Next,
If possible, time frame maybe.
within time for compliance is 8 weeks.
Please.
8 weeks.
It's not for it, pandamus to reinstate, my lord.
Huh?
Reinstatement of into service. will-
ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಲಿ ಅದು, ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು.
Otherwise they will take its own time, my lord. Obliged.
Next.
Tribunal has taken only one ground, my lord, after 12 years petition is approached this honorable court, my lord.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ತಿಳಿತು ನಮಗೆ, ಮೊದ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
My lords, in this case, my lord, petitioner has retired in the 2010, my lord, as a assistant director, my lord, grade 2 employees, my lord. After 12 years,
Petitioners ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
2 petitioners, my lord, he is retired.
ಏನವ್ರು?
Petitioner number 1 retired in 2010, my lord, second petitioner retired in
ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್.
retired assistant directors, my lord. Their retrospective promotion has been confirmed in 2019, my lord, after their retirement.
After retirement.
Retirement 2019, their retrospective promotion has been confirmed, my lord. Hence petitioner 2019 that has been confirmed, petitioner given a representation, my lord, to consider the arrears of salary, my lord, different arrears of salary. That has been issued an endorsement, my lord, you are not eligible for seeking the arrears of different salary, my lord. And
ಯಾಕೆ?
hence petitioner approached in 2023 filing the application before the tribunal, my lord. Tribunal is rejected their application, my lord, saying that you are slept over for 12 years, my lord.
12 years if one sleeps over. ಕುಂಭಕರ್ಣ ಶನಿ ಸಹಿತ 12 ವರ್ಷ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಹುತ್ತ ಬೆಳೆದ್ ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
But until, my lord, until my retrospective promotion has been confirmed, I can't seek my differentiation salary,
ಯಾವತ್ತಾಯ್ತು
my lord.
retrospective promotion?
2019, my lord,
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ
the page number 21, my lord, A1.
One second. Put the sentence ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು.
Page number 21, my lord.
This is
17/12/2019, my lord.
ನೀವು ಟ್ರೈಬ್ನಲ್ ಯಾವತ್ತು ಹೋದ್ರಿ?
Tribunal, my lord, after issuing the endorsement, my lord, endorsement is page
Some
number 81, my lord, 27 Jan.
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಇದೆ, don't confuse us. When did you go to the tribunal? It's a timeline. Tell the date.
2023 January, I have approached the
2023
January, my lord.
2019 ಗೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು.
19 gaito. Then there is a meanwhile, my lord, there is the proceedings, my lord, annexure A2, page number 28. A2, page number 28.
ಇದೇನಿದು?
8/11/2021, director has been sent a proposal to the government since they are seeking, here, my lord, Ulleka 4, my retrospective promotion. And 6 serial number 6.
For 3 years, they have worked, the payment is also, salary is also paid, your lordship. They have approached it in the year 2023,
All right.
almost after a lapse of 20 years.
All right, 5 years, 6 years. Now, kindly see the recommendation of the director.
File ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅದ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೋಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು 16/5/2083 ಇಂದ 19/4/2000 ಎಲಿಜಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಬಟ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ.
ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಸೀನಿಯರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವ್ರ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಇದ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ರಿ,
ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್
ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೋಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ.
ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದರ ವಿಶೇಷಣವನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ. ನೋಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಿಮ್ ವಿಶೇಷಣ, ಅದು ಎಡ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಆ ಎಡ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಲಾ ನೋಡೋಣ ಈಗ.
But they approached later, your lordship. They had a grievance in the year 2019 itself.
ರಿಟೈರ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಫೈಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫೈಲ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿ
19 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೇನೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ
ಹೌದು, notional ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನೋಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವತ್ತಿಂದ ಅಂತ.
But our contention is that we have paid whatever
ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೇನೆ-
they are eligible, entitled to, we have paid, but they are claiming arrears of salary ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ರೀ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡೀಷನಲ್ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯೋಕೆ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು?
ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವೇನಾರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ಗೆ
ಈಗ ಅವ್ರು 4 ವರ್ಷದ ನಂತರ ಕಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು
ಅಲ್ಲ, but
ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು
rules ಪ್ರಕಾರನೂ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್
ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್.
call in the second week of January 2025. ಅದು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ನೀವೇ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಹನ್ಸ್ ಸಾಬ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಸೇಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಿಗರ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿವಿ ನಾವು. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಲ್. ಒಂದು ಆ 3 ವರ್ಷದ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು 3 ವರ್ಷದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು.
ಎನಿವೇ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ
ಅವರು 92 to 95 ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2000 ಮೊದಲೇ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗ್ಯಾರ ಅವರು. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಮಚ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಟ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ನೋಷನಲ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೆಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಕೇಸ್, ಅದ್ರ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಎನಿವೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. 2021 ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್.
I request you kindly pass over, madam. Senior is engaged in other code.
ಏನು ಇದು ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು ನರಸಿಂಹರಾಜು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ಕರೀರಿ. ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವೀಕ್ ರಜೆ ಇದೆ.
Second week.
ಹಾ,
Second week, ma'am.
ಆಲ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವೀಕ್
Obliged.
ಎನಿ ಡೇ.
Lordship, kindly have it after vacation.
ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ
No, I am not opposing the adjournment. ಈಗ SO post ಗೆ FDA ಇಂದ SO post ಗೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ. ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಈ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟೆಡ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. 6 months in the vacancy.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ಗೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ
ಮಾಡ್ರಿಂದ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತದ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು. In the third week of January 2025. Next, at the request of learned AGA. Yuvendra Gayatri.
Appear for the petitioners. My lords, matter relates to promotion of my lords to the cadre of assistant directors.
No, after vacation bari.
Please.
Obliged.
Objection ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು.
Yes, ma'am.
KTL ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಾ?
Yes, ma'am.
Lords,
KTL ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು.
my lords, if I may say, my lords.
Ha.
My lords, an endorsement was given at Annexure A25 saying that pendency of litigations are there. So we will not consider your case for promotion now. All those litigations are now over. Mere mandamus ಕೊಟ್ರು ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಕೇಸು.
ಇಲ್ಲ, I'll seek instructions. ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ, I'll have to ask.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ? ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್? ಕೇಸ್ KAT ಮುಂದೆ
Yes, ma'am.
ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಫೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಲಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ
ಮುಗಿದಾವು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವ್ರ
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಕಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್.
with respect to us, my lords, not
promotion, no, my lord.
not against me litigation, my lords. Assistant director promotion issue ge sumaras litigation. Annexure A25 may be seen.
ನಾಟ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯು.
Not against me, my lords. Assistant director promotion issue ಮೇಲೆ litigation pending ಇದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ promotions issue ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ಈಗ ಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ ಯಾವಿಲ್ಲ?
ಯಾವುದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. I'll seek instruction.
Against that,
In the second week of third week of January 25, at the request of learned AGA.
Obliged.
Obliged.
Narayanaswamy.
Dismissal of the employee on the ground of misconduct.
ಏನ್ misconduct?
Misconduct, there is between the complainant and this officer, there is private loan transactions. ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಲೋನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಾಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಬೌನ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಸೆಟಲ್ಡ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಟಗಾರಿಕಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಲಾಡ್ಜ್ಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ವಿತ್ಡ್ರಾನ್ ಬೈ ಮೀ ಅಂತ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಈ ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ 217
AG will come.
217 sentence.
Week of January. ಅವ್ರೇನೋ AG ಬರ್ತಾರಂತೆ.
Second week.
ಅಲ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Get the job, your lordship has taken 10,50,000 rupees to get him the job in FDA. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ through KPSC ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್
Understanding ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The check amount was also not issued. In the legal notice, your lordship, my case, the complainant has categorically stated that you have taken this money to get the jobs, and that was not disputed during the inquiry also.
All right.
ಅದು ಏನು ಒಂದು 2 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ದುಡ್ಡು ವಸೂಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ರೀಸನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ದುಡ್ಡು ವಸೂಲ್
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ ರಿಪ್ಲೈದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಜಾಬ್ ತೊಳಿಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲ್ ಆಗಿ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ನೀವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಸ್ ತೋತೀವಿ, ಅರ್ಧ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಧಂಬರ್ಧ ಹಾವು ಕೊಲ್ಲೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದು, ಪೂರ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಟೈಮ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ದಿ 3rd week of January 2025. ಅವಾಗಾರ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾರಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಾಕೋತೀರಿ? ಪುಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿವು.
ಹೌದು,
ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತದೆ?
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ನಾಟ್
1 ವರ್ಷ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ರಿಟೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ.
ಹೌದು, ಥ್ರೂಟ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಏನು ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ. ಈಗ
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Waiting for the 2 points, Your Lordship. Field cover initiated after the promotions. ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ವಿಜಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಸಾರಥಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಈ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ, ಎರಡು ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನೀನು. ರಾಘವನು ಇದೆ, ವಿಜಯ ಇಸ್ ಅನದರ್ ನೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಅರ್ಜುನ.
If I want to say,
ಸಾರಥಿ ಇಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ.
ವಿಜಯನಾದ ರಾಘವನಿಗೆ ಸಾರಥಿಯಾದವನು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ.
Right. Correct. You have put it correctly.
Sir, corrected metal disposal ಮಾಡಿದಿರ
ಮಾಡಿದೇವ?
ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
1 month the inquiry.
Enquiry no ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. The issue is here is only this point, Your Lordship. The promotion is on 31/5/2022.
Promotion to
senior scale, KS senior selection grade. From senior scale to selection grade.
senior scale to selection grade.
Selection grade promoted on 31/5/2022. Neither during the DPC proceedings nor during the promotion, no articles. Sorry.
31/5/2022.
Annexure A5. Neither during the DPC proceedings nor as on the date of promotion order, no articles of charges as issued.
Nijana?
That is a fact.
Okay.
Articles of charges is issued on 1 year thereafterwards. 26/2023, Annexure D.
Charge memo dated
20th of June 2023.
Okay.
The tribunal dismissed on the ground that there is an intention to initiate disciplinary proceedings. So the intention is sufficient. That is contrary to KV Janki.
But in a connected matter, Lordship, the petitioner was directed to complete the inquiry in respect of a petitioner within 1 month, failing which the DPC can proceed with the promotion of the Madidira. So in terms of that,
even now, 1 month.
In terms of that,
ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬಡಿ ಅದೇನೋ ಕಾಮನ್ ಡೆಲಿಂಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಏನದು?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಸಿಂಗಲ್. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. That is only after 1 year.
ಸೇಮ್ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
KV Jankiram, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. I will not come in the way to initiate disciplinary proceedings, but the fact remains as on the date of promoting my juniors.
ವಿಧಿ 1 month ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ
1 month ಆಗೋಯ್ತು.
ಆಪ್ಕಾ ಮುಕದ್ದಮೆ ಏನಾ ಇಷ್ಟ?
22nd November ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನು 3 ದಿವಸ ಇದೆ.
ದಿ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಕುದಳಿ ಪಿಟಿಷನರ್ is knocking at the doors of writ court for assailing the tribunal's order dated 21/12/2023, whereby his application number 1760 of 2023 came to be negatived by the state administrative tribunal. First, in the said application, he had sought for a direction to the respondents to promote him to the next level of service and grant all consequential benefits in terms of his representation dated 20 February 2023. First. Next part. Learned counsel appearing for the petitioner submits that as on 20 June 2023, only, the charge memo came to be issued. And therefore, whatever promotion was ought to have been granted to him, should be granted, since there was no pendency of disciplinary inquiry. First, he argues that a disciplinary inquiry is deemed to commence from the date the charge memo is served on him, which event happened long thereafter. First, that being the position, the tribunal could not have denied relief to his client on the ground that disciplinary proceedings were intended. First. Next one. Learned counsel appearing for learned AGA appearing for the official respondents opposes the petition, making submission in justification of the impugned order of the tribunal and the reasons on which it has been constructed. First. Having argued so, he draws our attention to another case in WP number 30869 of 2024, SKAT, filed by the petitioner against the very respondents, wherein vide order dated 22 November 2024 we have directed as under. Next paragraph. Having heard learned counsel appearing for the parties and having perused the petition papers, we are of the considered opinion that relief granted to the petitioner in WP number 30869 of 2024 can be duplicated in this petition, and accordingly petition needs to be disposed of. First, ordered accordingly and writ petition is disposed of, costs having been made easy. You know, some politics appears. 31/5/2022. Charge is issued, charge memo issued on 20 June 23. You know, to advise your client, next level of litigation will be with cost. Now no costs. Now no costs. Now, no costs. Next time cost advocate. Tell them. Harassing the employees. Yes.
Your Lordship, the petitioner was a gardener in BDA, Your Lordship. Before
Gardener in BDA.
BDA, Your Lordship. From the date of service till his retirement, Your Lordship.
Just what service, madam?
He joined on 1/1/1986, Your Lordship.
1186.
Please, Your Lordship.
Huh.
And he retired on 36/2022, Your Lordship. Just prior to his retirement, Your Lordship, the Sumoto case was registered against him. He
In
was,
case adu?
under section 13(1)(b) of Prevention of Corruption Act, Your Lordship.
Disproportionate as.
Disproportionate of
DA.
that. Please, Your Lordship. But it was 2 years, Your Lordship. There is no progress in the investigation, Your Lordship. Now, only 50% of pension is granted to him, Your Lordship. There is a decision of this honorable court which is covered this issue on hand, Your Lordship.
ಏನಂತ?
When there is no finding that he was guilty of the offense, then
full pension ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತನಾ?
please, Your Lordship.
ಹೌದು.
It is produced at page number 29, Your Lordship.
ಅದು ಇದು ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಕೇಸಿನ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Charge sheet is
Charge
not
sheet.
filed, Your Lordship.
ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Not filed.
ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟು ಫೈಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Not filed.
334% disproportion. He's a gardener, and kindly see, my lord, in page 53, the assets.
ಈ 3.
Yes, my lord. List of properties and assets.
ಹದಿನೈದು ಲಕ್ಷ ಸ್ಟಾಂಪ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರಿ? ವಾಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್, ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ, ವೇಜಸ್?
Your Lordship, I'll produce the documents in respect of my
ಅಲ್ಲ,
salary
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ.
statement.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟ ಈಗ 1,64,54,138 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇದೆ.
Please.
ಅದು ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ.
Please, Your Lordship.
How he, adna क्या राज है? हमको भी थोड़ा बताओ. Not doubling. 10 times ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. 10 times ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. How is it possible?
Your Lordship, his children are working, Your Lordship. and-
Well, where have you stated? When children started working, are they even cabinet ministers ಇದ್ರು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು?
I'll place the records, Your Lordship. Their earnings.
No,
are-
you have already, you have placed now. You have placed it now.
In respect of
But
the
how,
incomes.
how it is possible? At least you need not tell us, but you get that art from your client yourself. ನಿಮಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು.
Your Lordship, at
This
least.
can happen only in Alice in Wonderland, which we were taught in primary schools.
Your Lordship, there is no departmental inquiry also, Your Lordship. There is also no
Very-
investigation on this.
I have to ascertain why it is delayed.
Now, what he says is,
Yes, ma'am.
ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ನಿಜ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Yes, ma'am.
ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ read 214. 214 ಓದಿ. A criminal proceeding is deemed to commence when the charge sheet is filed.
Withholding or withdrawing pension for misconduct or negligence.
Misconduct.
Yes, ma'am.
ಏನ್ ಮಿಸ್ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ? ನೀವು ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ? ಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ? ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ? ಲಾ ಈಸ್
Pension is subject to departmental
ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
inquiry.
ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದು.
Departmental inquiry.
ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಈಗ ಲಾ ಈಸ್ thoroughly loaded in his favor. Justice is in your favor. Conflict of law and justice. ಏನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರ್ದಾರ ಮುಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Your Lordship, kindly see judgment, Your Lordship, of this honorable court, Your Lordship, in page number 29.
ಒಂದ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡಿ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಅದ್ರ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್
ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ 50% ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ 50% ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಜಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ನೀವು ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಿಗುದಿಲ್ಲ.
Even at the time of argument, remained absent before KT.
KT.
Yes, ma'am.
KT ಅಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ.
Yes, ma'am.
ಅದ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಅವ್ರು ಅಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ,
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಇರ್ಲಿ.
he could not substantiate his case. That is my submission.
ನೋ, ಇದೇನ್ ಕೇಸ್? ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಒಂದೇ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಸ್. 214 ಕೆಳಗಡೆ.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
criminal case is instituted against an employee when the charge sheet is filed. Till then there is no criminal case only. Criminal proceeding ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you going to justify withholding of ಇನ್ನೊಂದು representation ಕೊಡಿ?
Yes.
ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಹಾ.
ಇದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಜಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಇದೊಂದು ಅದ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅದು representation
ma'am.
ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Yes, ma'am.
ಅದ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. This is where the inner things of heart get reflected in the judgment. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಕೇಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಏನ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡನ ವೆರಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ.
Okay.
Then we'll make it take around.
Please, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes. Moreover, I got the entire annexures now. ಈಗ
ಹಾ.
ಕೊಟ್ರು ಅವರು. I'll just go through. ನಾನು
Just
ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು.
I'll take instructions.
You tell that. ಅಥವಾ he was responsible for delayed filing of charge sheet ಅಂತ
Charge sheet,
ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು.
yes, ma'am.
ಅವಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ರಾವ್ ಅವ್ರ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಡಿಲೇಡ್ ಫೈಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್, ಡಿಲೇ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡಿನೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಎನಿವೆ 50% ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
It's only 9,000.
At the instance of learned AGA, call this matter in the second week of February 2025. Yes, brother.
This is regarding appointment to the post of a primary school, graduate primary school teacher, my lord, 6 to 8, my lord. She applied under category 3B, my lord.
3B.
3B. There are 37 posts in biological subject, my lords, in Ramnagara district, my lords. See, under category, there is only one post, my lords. The government has issued notification, my lords, publishing special rules, my lords, wherein 50% reservation is to be provided to women category, my lord. See, ignoring the same, my lords, a candidate under men category has been selected, my lords.
The candidate?
Under men category, my lord.
ಅದು ವುಮೆನ್ನಿಗೆ ಇಯರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆನಾ?
Please, my lords, as per special rules, my lords, it is at annexure A7, my lords. Relevant page 58, my lord. 58, parent number 7, my lords, reservation of post, my lords. Under that, subpara 5th, my lord.
Not less than 50% of the vacancy shall be filled up by women candidates in each category.
My lords. In each category, it is.
What they have done? Each category ಅಂದ್ರೆ each subject ಗೆ ಅಂತನಾ?
Under each category, my lords, ಪ್ರವರ್ಗ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, category 1.
ಆಯಾ category.
Please, my lords.
What do you say, brother?
In this case, it's only one post is reserved, your lords. In case of one post, there is no question of 50-50%. Whoever is meritorious, he will get it. No question of any reservation.
37 posts are there.
37 posts ಇದಾವೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇರೋದು.
3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ only one post.
One post ಇದೆ. ಆ one post ಅಲ್ಲಿ the third respondent has got a 65.73, whereas the petitioner has got 65.63.
2 minutes.
Based on that, it was given to general.
ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸಿ.
Lordship
ಒಂದೇ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಬೇರೆ.
Please, Lordship.
ಒಂದೇ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಬೇರೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ.
That is true.
ಅದನ್ನ 128 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನ್ಲಿ.
120
ಪೇಜ್ 128 ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್. ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಹೇಳಲಾದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಿವಿಲ್ 129 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಹುದ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾರು ನೇರ ನೇಮಕಾತಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮುಂಬಡ್ತಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಭಾರತ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾಂಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರವಹಿಸಲಾದ ಆದೇಶಗಳು ಅನ್ವಯಿಸತಕ್ಕದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಎಂದು ಆದೇಶಿಸಿದೆ.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನರ್ಥ?
ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್
ಒಂದೇ
ಹುದ್ದೆ
ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್.
ಹೌದು, ಹುದ್ದೆಗಳೇ ನೇರ ನೇಮಕಾತಿಗಾಗಲಿ.
ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ, ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಬೇರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದ್ವು?
37 posts.
37 ಇದಾವಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದು, ಬಟ್ 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ದಟ್ 50% only in 3B also we have to give 50% to women, 50% to
One submission.
even there also.
If there is one post in a cadre, my lords, reservation policy is not applicable, my lords. When there is a plurality of posts, my lords, reservation policy applies, my lords.
Correct.
So therefore, there are 37 posts.
ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಯಾವ್ದದು?
ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ, ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಾಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಬೇರೆ. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿನೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ.
ಒಂದು ವೃಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
ವೃಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಡರ್. ಎಷ್ಟಿದಾವ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಕೇಡರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ?
3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಇದೆ ಕೇಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ 37 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ
ಹಾ.
ಅಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಇಟ್. 50-50 ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮೇ ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ರಿಶಿಯೇಟ್. 3B ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಡ್ ಟು ಇಫ್ ದ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಮೋರ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ 50% ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್.
3B ದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದಾವೆ?
ಒಂದೇ
One post.
3B ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ.
ಹೌದು. 50% meant it includes
ಈ ಕೇಡರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 3B ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್.
ಹೌದು.
ಏನ್ ಕೇಡರ್ ಅದು?
ಅದು
Graduate school teacher.
ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್
ಹಾ?
ಕನ್ನಡ
Graduate
ಮೀಡಿಯಂ, ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ.
ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಟ್
ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್.
Even recruitment notification also provides same mileage.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದಾವೆ?
84 page 84.
84 page number
Page
84.
84
37 posts are there, my lord. Reservation policy has already been applied, my lord. Has already been applied, and category 3B receives one post, my lord.
Yeah.
So reservation policy
ಇತರ
apply
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ?
ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
What?
Reservation policy has
3B
already
one.
been applied, my lord.
ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ 3.
Please, my lord.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇತರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಇತರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಇತರೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಇತರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
3B,
3B ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
under 3B one category.
ವರ್ಗ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ
is there.
ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3B ಬರುತ್ತೆ 1.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಟೋಟಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಆರ್ 37.
Please, my lord.
ಹೌದು
37 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ನೀವು.
ಹೌದು.
ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕೇಡರ್?
Biological sciences, my lord.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಕೇಡರ್ ಅದು.
ಹೌದು.
ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು 3B ಗೆ ಕೇಡರ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 3B ಅಲ್ಲೂ 50-50 ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ?
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಅದು
37 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದಾವು.
But Lordship may can see when it comes to reservation, Lordship, we have to divide that into 50% only. So 3B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ 2 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು they are entitled to, eligible. The women is eligible. But here is a case only one in 3B. Here also we have to divide. Your Lordship may can see as per the reservation.
ಇದು ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಅಂತಾನೋ?
ಹೌದು. ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್.
ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಎಲ್ಲ women ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಪೃಥ್ವೀಶ್ ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
30% is horizontal. 3B women horizontal.
Please, my lord.
ವುಮೆನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್. ಹಾ, ಬಟ್ ಅದಾಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್
37 ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಟೋಟಲ್.
ಹೌದು, ಟೋಟಲಿ
Total post.
ಟೋಟಲ್
Total post.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 3B ಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
No, my lords. See, as per special rules, my lords, under even under each category, my lords, they have to provide 50, not less than 50% for women, my lord.
ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ 3B ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ?
One post, now one post is there, my lord. Therefore, my lords, women is entitled to get that post, my lords. Otherwise, it falls below 50% and is contrary to special rules, my lord.
ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Please, my lords, as per
ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ
ಒಂದೇ post,
no type of reservation will apply.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದೇ post in a cadre ಇದ್ರೆ reservation policy is not applicable. That is true, my lord. See, when there are more than one post, my lords, the reservation policy applies, my lords. So therefore, as per special rules, my lords, if one post is provided to women category, my lords, then it is in accordance with special rules, my lord.
3B ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಇರೋದಲ್ವೇ?
ಒಂದೇ, my lords.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ
So ಒಂದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ women ಕೊಟ್ರೇನೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it falls below 50%.
ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಕೇಡರ್ನಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ is different, post is different. In a cadre, where cadre comprises of multiple posts. Okay, that Indra Sahani.
Please.
Mr.
Please, let's, if it's a single, if the post itself is a single cadre post, then my lords.
Single cadre post ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
Agalla. So what happens is, even for vertical reservation, we have a roster. For horizontal reservation, in vertical reservation, again, there is a separate roster. So based on that roster point, my lords will have to identify that. For example, my lords, if 100 posts are available, 50 posts, my lords, are GM post. Now, out of the 50 GM post, again, my lords, we have a, for the purpose of working out the horizontal reservation, what goes to women, what goes to rural candidate, what goes to PH, handicapped. Again, there is a roster. So based on the, my lords, point, roster point that comes, if suppose one post is there, the roster had stopped at serial number 4 in the horizontal roster, then
End of
five,
the-
5 is women, then women has to be given. That maybe statistics have to be placed.
Statistics ಕೊಡಿ. Statistics ಕೊಡಿ.
Please.
Give us the statistics.
Please, Lord.
ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಇದು
Reservation is
ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
And my contention also, my lords, this is the first recruitment under biological census, my lords, at Ramnagara district, my lords.
Statistics ಕೊಡಿ.
Maintain, my lords, roster point statistics before
ಅದೇ
releasing it.
the EGA to furnish roster point statistics to justify their stand, justify the stand of the state that in 3B category, there is only one post and therefore reservation facility does not avail. Okay. Torsi, no one. Grateful. While in the second, third week of January 2024.
Grateful.
25.
Notes in 42, before my learned friend starts, notes in the cause list by oversight, notes, my name is shown as Ruben Jacob AG appearing for R1. Notes, it should.
ನೀವು appear ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, appear ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, but
Should not have
it should not.
In this case,
already,
the
senior advocate course what?
records were called for.
Yeah.
But today there is some difficulty for the records because strong room, it's in the strong room. Tomorrow morning I will get it.
But ನಾಳೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ difficulty ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ matters ಇದಾವೆ. Urgency ಏನ್ರ ಇದೆಯಾ?
There is an urgency, my lords. They should not issue the recruitment orders, my lords. The only question is this, my lords. Of course, lords
So
have
let them
already
ask
asked,
you, my lord,
they have asked for the records to be called for, my lords. If the record comes, it will be easier. The only question is this. In respect of the essay type questions, which were given as part of the examination scheme, in the first instance, there was something called as a review marking or a moderation, which took place. Lords, then the examination was faulted because there were some aberrations in the manner in which the
ನೀವು
examinations were
recruitment
conducted.
appointment orders issue ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ?
Notes, appointment orders is due, my lords. We had published the provisional select list. After the provisional select list, my lords, this is in respect of police sub-inspectors recruitment. Notes, notification of the year is of the
ನಿಮ್ಮ
year
clients ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದ್ರಾಗ?
545 minutes. 3 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಮೂರು
Three
ಜನ
of
ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
them.
3 ಜನ.
3 vacancies in ಇಟ್ಟಿರಿ.
Right.
3 vacancies in ಇಟ್ಟಿರಿ.
Please.
Please.
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Solve this matter in the third week of January 2025. First off, in the meanwhile, 3 vacancies shall be preserved
In the respective categories.
in the respective cadres.
Categories.
Categories, so that if the petitioners emerge victorious, the fruits of litigation should reach their hands.
Grateful.
Great.
after vacation, ma?
After vacation.
I'm sorry, my lord.
No, it happens. Anyway, now we have protected his interest also. He's also happy. Because tomorrow if he succeeds,
Please.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ where they should. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ party ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. Yes. Even for Rajಶೇಖರ್ ಏನಿದೆ?
Pending inquiry suspension order, my lords, is under challenge. But he was working as, my lords, the senior health inspector. Because the allegation made against him is that, my lords, he remained absent, my lords, in spite of sanctioning the leave, my lords. I have pointed out on the last date of hearing, my lords, with the records, that, my lords, they only issued the acknowledgement, my lords, saying that I was on leave. I was on leave, my lords, from
On that day.
On that day and thereafter also, my lords. But allegation is that, my lords, I remained absent and I have not received the relieving order. And then, my lords, they made allegation of, my lords, continuously remaining absent. Kindly see, my lords.
ಏನು ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆಯೇನು?
Pending
We
in
take it after vacation.
suspension ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀನಿ ನಾನು. Annexure A6 may kindly be seen, my lords. A6 page 60.
Page 60.
Page 60, 60.
Lien transfer ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ sir. Lien is already transferred to R3. He was working in R2, your lordship.
ಯಾವ್ದು ಯಾವ ಕೇಸ್ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
My lords, Kindly see
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ
page 60
lean
for a
transfer
moment.
ರೈಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ
ಅದಲ್ಲ,
ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಕಾಲರ ಇದ್ದಾಗ he has not gone there to attend.
ನಾನು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡದೇನೆ ಕಾಲರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ
So,
ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ
he-
ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ
he-
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
though he was present, your lordship, he refused to take that relieving letter. And thereafter he went on leave, your lordship.
That is not the
Now-
reason assigned in A7.
The lien is in R3, respondent number 3. Already the order is already issued, your lordship.
Kindly see page 60 for a moment.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬರಲಿ, ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬರಲಿ.
ನನಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಈಗ ಏನು ಇಲ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು ಇದೀನಲ್ಲಿ. ನಂದೇನಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಸೇಮ್ ಮೆಲೋಡ್ಸ್ ಐ ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ ಆಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮೆಲೋಡ್ಸ್ 5/6.
5/6/24 to 11/6/24.
24.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ
And again I continued, they continued my leave from 11/6 to 20/6.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡೇ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ತಮಗೆ. Kindly see page 60 for a moment. Page 60 ನಲ್ಲಿ they say, yes, I was on leave from my lord 6/6 to 20th June 2024. Now kindly see page 62 for a moment.
62.
Page 62, my suspension order. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೆನ್ ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 3 ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಸದರಿ ಅರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನು ನೌಕರರ ಮನೆ ವಿಳಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದಿರುಗಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸದರಿ ನೌಕರರು ಕಾಲರ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ತಂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸದೇ ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ ದಿನಾಂಕ 1/6/2024 ಕಾರಣ ಕೇಳುವ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. Even according to them, allegation is from 5/6. There was no occasion for them to serve notice on show cause notice on 1/6. And kindly see next date. I can understand, my lords, if I remained absent from my lords 1/6. They only sanction the leave. And my deputation was cancelled on 5/6.
ಏನು ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉದ್ದಟತನದಿಂದ ನಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಏನು
Refused to take that relieving letter when he was given. And though he was present, your lordship, he went on leave by giving a letter in a tapal. He has not given to the officer. And deliberately to avoid that cholera duty, your lordship, he has done that.
My lords, may kindly
Therefore, he was immediately, he was repatriated, lord.
kindly see, my lords, annexure A2 for a moment. When I
To
was
R3.
relieved. When I was relieved.
Now
On
lien is
5/6.
you were relieved on
5/6. Kindly see annexure A2, page 42.
42.
Page 42.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಇದೆ 62 lordship 3/6/2000 ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ
62 ದಲ್ಲಿ
62 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಏನಂತ?
ಅದಲ್ಲ.
ಆ
5/6/24 ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಿ
ಅದು after afternoon.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಶಿಪ್ 62 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ.
ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ನೌಕರರನ್ನು ದಿನಾಂಕ 5/24
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ?
ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಆದೇಶ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ.
ಹೌದು, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ 3/6/2020 ರದ್ದುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಮೂಲ ಸ್ಥಾನವಾದ ಕಾಲರ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ತಂಡದ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ ಸೂಚಿಸುವಂತೆ ಕೋರಿ ವಿಭಾಗೀಯ ರವರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಸದರಿ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಸದರಿ ನೌಕರರನ್ನು ದಿನಾಂಕ 5/6 ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಬಿಡುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಆದೇಶ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲೀವ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ 5/6.
ಹೌದು, ಆ ದಿನನೇ ಲೀವ್ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರು. He doesn't receive that letter.
ಅದು ರೀಸನ್.
And just to avoid that cholera, because he doesn't want to go to the spot and visit this cholera affected areas, your lords.
ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ?
Kindly see, my lords.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಬ್ರದರ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
Yes.
ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಿ.
Yes.
ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. 5/6/24 ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನೀವು ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ 5/6/24.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಏನಂತ ಇದೆ?
ಅವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್.
ಯಾವ ಡೇಟ್ ನಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅವರು? ಅವಾಗ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಮತ್ತೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವತ್ತು
ಅಲ್ಲ 62ರಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲೇನ ಅವನು ಹಂಗೆ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಅಂದಾಕ್ಷಣ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇವರು. ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ
6
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಓದ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಓದಿ.
ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಲಾ ಕಾಲರ ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳು ಹರಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವು ನೋವು ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ನೀಡಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರ ಅನ್ವಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಸಹ ಧ್ವನಿಗೂಡಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲರ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ತಂಡ ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮನೆ ಮನೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ತಂಡವನ್ನು ನಿಯೋಜಿಸಿ ಸಾಂಕ್ರಾಮಿಕ ರೋಗವನ್ನು ಹತೋಟಿಗೆ ತರುವಂತೆ ಆದೇಶಿಸಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 3/6/2000ರಂದು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮೈಸೂರು ಅವರು ಸದರಿ ನೌಕರರ ನಿಯೋಜನೆ ರದ್ದುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಮೂಲ ಸ್ಥಾನವಾದ ಕಾಲರ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ತಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲು ಸೂಚಿಸುವಂತೆ ಕೋರಿ ವಿಭಾಗೀಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಹ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಭಾಗ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಸದರಿ ನೌಕರರು ದಿನಾಂಕ 5/6/2000ರಂದು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಆದೇಶ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಸದರಿ ನೌಕರರು ಕಚೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಜರಿದ್ದರೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯದೆ ಉಡಾಫೆಯಿಂದ ಮರುದಿನ ದಿನಾಂಕ 6/6/2024ರಿಂದ ದಿನಾಂಕ 16/6/2011 ರವರವರೆಗೆ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿತ ರಜೆಯ ಅರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಂದ ಮಂಜೂರುಗೊಳಿಸದೆ ತಪಾಲಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಅರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನು
ಆಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ರಜೆ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ನಿಮ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದಾವೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ? ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಪ್ಪ, ಅವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ವೇರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ? But in therefore, I have submitted my leave application to the tapal, where I will get seal everything. ಆ ಟಪಾಲ್ ನನ್ನ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಅದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡೋದು. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಈಗ ಅಜ್ಯೂಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾವ ಆಫೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾನು ಮೇಲಿನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು 3 ದಿವಸ ರಜಾ ಹೊರಟೀನಿ, ತೋಳ್ರಿ ನಂಗೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ, ರಜೆ ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿ. ಅವ್ನು ನನ್ಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವನು ಅದನ್ನ ಜೋಬ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು 8 ದಿವಸ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀನು ಅನ್ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಯುಪೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ಲಿ ರಿಮೈನ್ಡ್ ಅಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟಪಾಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಟಪಾಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸು ಯಾವುದೇ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
Circumstances. Why? Because your lordship may see there was a shortage of staff in R3. Lean was there in the R3, so he was relieved from R2. Just to avoid going there, your lordship, he has applied leave. Therefore, that circumstances, lordship may kindly appreciate that.
Something ಏನೋ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತದಪ್ಪ ಇದು.
May make one more request. Kindly see, our internal fight ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನ scapegoat ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ kindly turn to page 70 for a moment. ಇವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ಲೀನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಬೈ ಅನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಡೇಟೆಡ್ 4/9/2024.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
ಪೇಜ್ 70. The deputy director passes the order and he cancels it. Official memorandum. ನಿರ್ದೇಶನಾಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಸಂಕಲನ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಲೋಡ್ಸ್ ಸಂಕಲನಗಳ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅನ್ಯಪರ ಸೇವೆ ಆದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ರದ್ದುಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಡಿಸಲಾದ ಈ ಪತ್ರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಲಗತ್ತಿಸಿರುವ ಅನುಬಂಧ 1ರ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಸಂಕಲನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅನ್ಯಪರ ಸೇವೆಗಳ ಆದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಳಿತಾತ್ಮಕ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂತೆ ರದ್ದುಪಡಿಸಿ ಆದೇಶಿಸಿದೆ ಹಾಗೂ 15/8/24ರ ನಂತರ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರ ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರುವ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ಆಡಳಿತಾತ್ಮಕ ಆದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭಿಯಾನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಅವರ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆಗೆ ಒಳಪಡಿಸುವುದು. ಆಂತರಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ತಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಸಂಕಲನದಲ್ಲೇ ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸುವುದು. ನಾವು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಪೇಜ್ 73 ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್. ಪೇಜ್ 73. Serial number 4. This order came to be passed on 3/9/2024. They have continued my services.
3/9?
Page 73, my lord. So page date 3/9/2024. Serial number 4. ಜ್ಞಾನೇಶ್
24. ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರಿಂದ ಅನುಮೋದಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ನಿಯೋಜನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಿಸಲು
ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. And they
ನಿಮ್ದು
ನಂದು ಸೀರಿಯಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ 4 ಜ್ಞಾನೇಶ್ ಇವರ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿ ಆದೇಶಿಸಿದೆ. On 3/9 this order, 4/9 all the cancellation. They make allegation that my lords I have not received.
Please something. This is absolutely
3/9/24 later ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಲೇಟರ್ ಇದೆ.
ಲೇಟರೇ? ಹೌದು 3/9.
ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಲೀನೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
ಮಚ್ ಲೇಟರ್.
ಲೀನೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
ಏನು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ದಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಯು ಲಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ 5/6/2000 ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
3/9ಗೆ ನೀವೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್
ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್
ಅಂತ ಬರೀತೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೀನ್ ಪೀನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ?
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಎಂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ ದಿಸ್. Allowed.
CM also do not have the power to
Uh,
exempt.
uh,
Antana, your authority or the person who
Can ignore CM's approval also.
get the lead is above the chief minister.
ಎಂತದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಳಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಿಎಂ ಒಳಗ ತನಕ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ
ಹೋಗೋ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೇ ಬೇರೆ.
ಹಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲೋಡ್
Great.
ಸೇಮ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಓ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದಾವ ಓಕೆ ಹಾ
Preparing for the petitioner in this case. Let's say, my lord, in this case, my lord, the list what they have submitted in the afternoon, my lord.
ಅದ್ರಾಗಿದಾರ ನೀವು
Either
ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ನಾಗ ಇದಾರ
either,
ಯಾವ
but
list?
he has
32
not,
list ಆ?
Allah, he has not handed over the charge, my lord.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂಡ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಬೈ 230 ಬೈ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಭಾಗವತ್.
Okay. And no one is reported. They have shown it as reported. Literally, he has assumed the charge, my lord. The person who has
Already
been
assumed the charge.
assumed the charge.
Your client has assumed the charge. Is
Not
that
my
transferred?
client, the other side, the person who has been posted to my place has
ಆಮೇಲೆ
assumed the charge.
ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ.
I was on leave, my lord, that was mentioned in this.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಕವರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ. Learned AG is requested to accept issue notice. Learned AG is requested to accept notice for official respondents. Emergent notice to private respondent ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ?
Private respondent.
ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ?
Carry.
Next call along with W. ಹಾ ಎರಡನೇ
But in this matter,
Ah.
Lords, we have challenged an order, an email communication by the arbitrator, Lords, terminating the claim for non-payment of fees. Though we had made the payment of the fee, my lords, it was
made
not-
the payment.
We had made the payment. It was not noticed by the arbitrator. Thereafter, we brought it to his notice and asked him to rescind it. Arbitrator does not rescind it, and per contra, my lords, he sends back the check to us. State
Emergent notice and interim order as prayed for.
grateful. Lords, there is.
Yes, that I sit here with. Yes, sir.
Hand delivery, this the
Ah,
emergency.
sorry.
Grateful. Lords.
That counsel submission accepted, office objection overruled. Yes. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು?
Please, Lords.
ಇದೆ why
But
arbitrate?
even the respondent had said that I will pay we are the claimants. He had offered to pay, but he said no. In fact, we had sought for recusal of the arbitrator. That has not also been decided. Straight away terminates my claim. And the counterclaiming statement of defense active, Aduno, he is adjudicating, stating that I have lost my right to counterclaim also, though fees has not been fixed. And that's the status.
Yes,
Three and four are there.
same.
No,
Bearing.
not the same, but has some bearing. That order that your lordship did not grant, say, which may have some bearing. But we are
And
of course-
use the mic.
Absolutely.
Mic is.
Yes, we are all working as senior sub-registrars. We were all, DPC proceedings were initiated. We gave a representation saying that this is in the middle of the year. If we are promoted, it would cause disturbance to our family. We will forego our promotion for 1 year. Under the provisions, we are entitled to forego. DPC said, no, only after promotion you can forego. Right now you can't.
They said that way.
Yes,
In advance, it cannot be done.
No.
I don't want promotion ಅಂತ ಅದು promotion ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಕತ್ತರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆನೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
The rule says, my lords, after promotion, within 15 days of promotion, I should make the request.
That is a right.
Yes,
But even in advance, you can tell
Yes.
ಅಂತ ನಮ್ view, Justice Muralidhar Rao view.
yes, my lord. Then what happened was, my lords, the government, while considering the proceedings of DPC, my lords, straight away rejected our applications for foregoing promotion. About 13 of them had given. All, my lords, same order, same remarks were made saying that we will give them nearby posting. Now promotion orders are issued, posting us to Chitradurga, though, my lords, places were available within the same districts. We are posted far off. Now, my lords, what has happened? The only,
For how many years you were there in the same place?
my lord, we have not completed our tenure.
You have not
That
completed
I have
the
not
tenure.
completed my tenure as senior sub registrar.
Alla, question, when you are promoted, a question will
Yes,
not
ma'am.
arise.
Correct. Now, my lords, the only difficulty is this.
Of the contention that it is far away.
Far away.
No.
No, I cannot take up because I have to forego my promotion in terms of Rule 4A. Now the difficulty, the only reason why I moved was, now the counseling has taken place and sub-registrars are posted to our places. Now, my lords, that order is, yeah, it's before your lordships.
Already reported for, idonu?
My lords, in one case,
Office.
my lords, in the serial number 5, the person who is posted to my place is also before your lordships. He has not reported.
He is also there.
Yes, he is also there in that.
Yaru.
In serial number 5, Ganiullah Khan anta, ಅವ್ರ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ CJ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಪೆಟಿಷನ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮುಂದಿತ್ತು, ಅದ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. Therefore, he is protected. Serial number 4 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದಾರಂತೆ. My only difficulty is, my lords, my application before the tribunal becomes fait accompli. Because even if they allow it, I can't come back because somebody else has come and taken charge. And unless your lordships were to reverse the counseling process,
That cannot be
guideline,
done.
that cannot, my application becomes fit. Therefore, my lords, I have only sought for continuation until, my lords, your lordships decide this. Right to forego promotion, my lords, is under 4A.
He does not want promotion.
For 1 year, my lords, I am entitled to forego. And I am at serial number 33. 1 to 33, my lords, are all permitted to forego promotions. Or they are not eligible because of inquiry, so on and so forth. I am at 33. Only to that extent, my lords, I am before your lordships. Tribunal, my lords, did not grant me an interim order against, after that, my lords, it's being adjourned time and again at the request of the
They do not
government.
want promotion. Can you thrust promotion on an employee who does not want?
That's
It is
exactly.
like thrusting marriage on a person who does not want it.
We'll verify. Take
Nothing.
instructions.
EG is requested to accept notice for respondents 1 and 2. Interim order as prayed for till next date of hearing.
Insofar as the petition,
So far as petitioner is concerned.
please.
34204 tane?
Yes, my lords. And the next one, 20.
One copy kodi.
Please, my lords.
And the next to same
Same, exactly.
ಅಲ್ಲೇನಾಗಿದೆ?
Serial number. ಅವರು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. Exactly same fact,
Same.
except for serial number.
ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. Same, call these matters together.
So great.
All right. ಅಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗ್ ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನೋರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಏನ್ ನಡೆಸಿದೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಯಲ್ಲ. They want to forego promotion. And you have to get the promotion ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು. ನಮಗ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ದಿವಸ 5-6 ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ, ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, they want to forego promotion. ಏನೇನೋ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಕಾರಣ. 1 year they are entitled to do. File on Kashmir. Reasons to follow it, file Kashmir.